Okay, probably the stream isn't up just yet, so I'll just wait for a little bit, I guess. Okay, let me know when the stream's back up, and I'll continue. I'll give a beef, bleh, a beef. What am I, GA? I'll give a brief explanation, and then we'll go forward. Okay. Okay, so I'm a little surprised by this, but I'm kind of happy about this. That a decent amount of our viewers end up checking the archives for the stream. So even though we don't get many viewers when the stream is live, we apparently get a decent amount of people who watch the stream in the archive. And there's been a growing amount of interest in me covering visual novels. I don't know why. It might be because I'm having a lot of discussions, or it might be because people are just looking to check out Chaos Child. It could be honestly that. So anyway, we found out a spoiler that I had to delete the previous archive. Not the previous archive. I actually streamed like 5 minutes ago, and there was a spoiler on the stream that I was not happy with. So anyway, the only thing I can really say is that it's not anyone's fault. It's just the game did it. The game gave me the spoiler. So the strange thing is, on the bright side, we're on the right track, and I'm very glad that everything that I analyzed, for the most part, has really been coming to fruition. Because the mystery genre has always been a genre that I've avoided for one reason or another. I don't know why, right? It isn't like there's nothing wrong with the genre, and I find it intriguing. And there's a lot of like extra information that you need to do cognitively as a reader to be informed and attached to the story. It asks a lot of you, actually. But I don't want people who check our archives to see that, because it might ruin their experience. And that's why I restarted the stream. Okay, that's the explanation. Let's go forward. Man, I don't know why, but my stomach has really been hurting lately.
こいつは俺が一人で考えてもどうにもならないな。
Maybe a bad diet or just, honestly, really weird sleep schedule. I had like 4 hours of sleep today. I just woke up. 4 hours of sleep and I just woke up. That's how bad my sleep schedule is. It's kind of weird. Yeah, but a lot of... God, man. My luck has been terrible lately. I mean, not too bad. I mean, on the bright side, the debit card that I lost yesterday, I found. It was in the restaurant I was last at, and nothing happened to it, so I was like, oh, thank God.
Shinjo-san!
On the negative side, I've lost a very valuable piece of equipment, which will cost me a lot of money. Yeah, I know. A lot of money.
防犯カメラをチェックしてた部下から連絡です。外車の顔がはっきり映ってる映像を見つけました。
そうか、行こう。
Okay, so finally a camera works, which is very rare. There's been consistent avoidance of camera footage being actually useful. Anyway, 2015, 10, 12. Okay, so this means that this camera footage was about 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from midnight. And midnight is a very important time, because midnight is when you avoid the guaranteed death that was going to happen on the 12th, was it? Wait, no, that's not right. When was the death supposed to happen? It was supposed to happen on the 23rd? It was supposed to happen on the 23rd, right? And this is camera footage from the 12th. Okay, so no. That's a little bit different. But it's still important, because if the death was supposed to happen on the 23rd, and this is camera footage of the 12th, then what's going on, right?
管理人の話だと、ハイダリコさんは必ずカメラから顔を背けるようにしていたそうなんですが、
No, my debit card got turned in, which is extremely kind of whoever found that debit card. I was like, wow, there are good people out there.
取られたくない理由でも？
渋谷地震の時に顔に火傷を負ったとかで人に見られるのを極端に嫌ってたらしいですね。
Sorry, let's take a step back. They're talking about Riko Haida. Or is it Haida? It should be Haida, I think. My stomach is really killing me. What is with this? Okay, he's here to say incestuous like Mio Kunosato for now. He decided to focus on gathering information. He found a clear shot of the victim's face on the security camera. He says Riko Haida always hid her face from the camera. Was there some reason she didn't want to be videotaped? Here's an explanation why. Her face got burned during the Shibuya earthquake, he said, and she hated people seeing her.
Oh, それで。
So this is of the victim.
ただこの時は一瞬ですが偶然映ってしまったようです。
10月12日？それって確か。ああ、そうだ。宮代君たちが初めて南沢千里に襲われたっていう夜だな。
Okay, so he clarifies, and my stomach is killing me. I need...
先輩、ハイダリコさん来ました。
Okay, when we see the image, then I'm walking. My stomach is killing me. Okay. That's the big revelation right there. That's Riko. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm dying. Ow. Okay, I am terribly sorry for the wait. Like I said, my stomach wasn't really feeling all that well. Okay, let's go ahead and catch us up. So here is the major reveal. The major reveal is we are at an apartment where a victim has been burned alive and there's a construction rebar pushed through their mouth like they are a shish kebab. This person is called Riko Haida, and she always hides her face from the camera. So why is that the case? Her face got burned during the Shibuya earthquake, he said, and she hated people seeing her. Well, isn't there someone like that we know? Someone who has their face burned. And also, kind of doesn't want you to look at her face. Well, Shinjo's little buddy here, the other detective, was like, hey, turns out we just found camera footage. That's kind of surprising, because throughout this game, camera footage has been incredibly unreliable. They cannot find a single perpetrator on the camera. Well, that or cameras record gruesome events, right? Anyway, this happens on the 12th. The 12th is the same day that Senri Minamisawa supposedly attacked Miyashiro, the main character, and Arimura. That would be, you know who she is. Here's Riko. That doesn't look like any Riko to me. That looks like Senri. But hang on. We have no confirmation that's actually Senri. It just happens to be that she had Senri Minamisawa's ID in her pocket as she ran away from the police station. This is the 12th. Currently, the actual date in the game is the 24th. And also, that's a rebar she's holding, I'm assuming.
Oi, あれって。
ええ。
まさか自分で持ち込んだ鉄筋で串刺しに。似てる。
There we go. So luckily, the main detective of this game isn't a complete dolt. Like, oh, he's on the same thought line that we are. The person that they told us to watch out for is this woman on the camera.
そんな、こいつ。
Okay. So now, the assumption that's happening right now is that Riko Haida might be dead. Okay? So why? Because this is the possible assumption. On the 12th, very close to midnight, you have footage of Riko Haida inside an apartment. Most likely, within that apartment is a victim. That victim is most likely the owner of that apartment. The reason why we had to say most likely is because their body is so burned to a crisp that the detectives can't tell who it is. It's that burned. But they can only say that it's most likely a woman within the age gap of 12 to 30. Somewhere within that gap is all they know. That shish kebab, because the victim is burned so bad that you can't tell, so that's that roasting meat thing, right? And there's a rebar thrust into her body. That's the shish kebab. So there's a chance that is the owner of the apartment, who is the lady we just saw on the screen, who is exactly, right? So the assumption here is that she's already dead. So what does that mean? No, seriously, what does that mean? So we thought we saw her yesterday when it almost became midnight. Today, we found verification that her dead body is in her apartment. So either she appeared here to say hello and then, Yui closed the door and said, get out, right? I'll see you later. She runs all the way back to her apartment. We're talking, what's her name again? Haida, right? Haida runs all the way back to her apartment, skewers herself with a rebar, and then burns herself alive, and then there we go. That's how she died, right? Or possibly that's not the person that you saw in this sequence right here is not Riko Haida. Or it could be the camera footage is faked. It just depends, right? Where are we going with this? We're not entirely sure yet. Also, the camera footage being faked is completely possible. Because again, it is very funny that, 7 chapters into the game, when camera footage has been incredibly unreliable to finding the culprit, or it exists to create some type of fear and hysteria, then suddenly you can rely on it. That's not like consistent with the themes of how camera footage and modern day technology fails to create some type of safety, right? So there's a bunch of interpretations of this, and we'll figure it out as we go. But it's funky, and that's the point.
大丈夫よ、ユイ。安全になるまでずっと一緒にいてあげるから。
Also, if you missed it, we verified that Yui is someone with psychic tendencies, right? She can see these swords.
ほら、元気出して。でもね、こんな時にこんなことを言うのは変かもしれないけど、
Yeah, but
お姉ちゃん、ちょっとだけワクワクしてるんだ。
I'm a huge fan of Riko Haida scaring all these kids and then running back into her apartment to skewer herself. That sounds so stupid. Wait,
ユイと一緒にお風呂に入ったり寝たりするの久しぶりなんだもの。
Oh, from Boot, thanks for the host, man. And can someone explain to Loveheart to catch him up?
ユイったらいつの間にか大人になっちゃって、すっかりユウとのお姉ちゃんになっちゃったでしょ。たまには私の妹に戻って甘えてくれてもいいのになんて思ってたから。
やだ、もう。
ユウとはどうするって？
Oh no, you didn't really miss anything. Like, my stomach hurt and I had to like leave for a clearer while.
父さんの部屋にしばらく居候。
この部屋で一緒に寝ていいって言ったんだけどね。なんか恥ずかしいみたい。私は
ユウはのの姉が初恋の人だから。あ、これ内緒ね。絶対ね。
Yeah, I'm good.
それは光栄だわ。ねえねえタクル、頑張らないとユウトに私を取られちゃうわよ。
Oh, you got to hear it to the VN community, huh? Well, that's cool. I'm glad that we have more people who are interested in visual novels coming to our channel. It's a medium that I really have come to appreciate throughout my life, actually. Okay, looks like no one's stepping up to the plate. Alright, so here's a quick update on what just happened. We found out that yesterday, not yesterday in real life, yesterday in the game. So in the game right now, it's the 24th. The 23rd was when... How do I explain this? Okay, I'll explain it through the lens of the game, okay? So yesterday, remember how Senri Minamisawa came into the cafe, scared all the main characters, possibly has the ability to isolate the main character into his own world and tried to kill him, right? And then they all went to the Alba clinic, and Senri was there at night and tried to attack Yui, right? That's through the frames of the visual novel and what we understand so far. What happened afterwards was the main character thought for a second, hang on, I thought the target of the new generation murders were only people with powers. Why would Senri try to attack Yui if that was the case? And then he said, wait a minute. Is there by any chance that Yui has psychic powers? He goes to the clinic and says, Yui, do you see this? And he waves his D sword. Bullshit! That sounds really wrong. Okay, anyway. Turns out Yui can see D swords. And that would mean she has psychic tendencies or could be a psychic. Okay, so fast forward a little bit more. We are now on this day, right here. Today in the game is the 24th. The main character or the narrator of the specific scene I'm trying to convey to you is Shinjo, the detective, the main detective of the story. And he is called to take a look at a burned body in an apartment. And based on the information that we know, in that apartment, most likely the victim of that burning is the owner of that apartment. That's not too confusing, right? They did a bunch of fingerprints. They checked the front door footprints. The inside of the apartment itself was concealed and locked. There was, from the looks of it, no sign of entry, which would imply that this is a closed room murder. You know, that's the scary situation mystery. Anyway, so most likely, the game is trying to say that the victim of this apartment is the owner herself, right? The owner is female. And then it turns out that there was camera footage of the owner, which is rare. Very rare in this visual novel. Camera footage generally does not help whatsoever. It does only one of two things. One, it shows the scene of a murder, right? Because someone is going around killing people and showing videotapes or dastardly deeds via video cameras and sending to the internet. Actually, that might have been just one event, the Love Hotel event. But anyway, it's not helpful, right? And another thing that video cameras do is they don't show who the killer is, right? For things that we want to verify, hey, by the way, check the camera. There should have been someone outside the door knocking there, right? Didn't happen. Camera footage does not help you. However, one time it did. And we're kind of suspicious about that because this is the one time camera footage has helped. So, what happened? We saw the owner of the apartment's face. And the owner of the apartment's face is named Riko Haida, a person who had her face burned during the earthquake 6 years ago. Does that sound familiar? She hates her face being seen. She's very angry. She has long purple hair. She wears a red outfit. That sounds like what we thought was Senri Minamisawa. But it turns out, according to this detective, it's not. It's the owner of the apartment. So then things get funky. And the question now is, one, was that camera footage faked? Is it fake, right? That would work because camera footage has generally been very unreliable in this game. So the camera footage was fake? Question mark, right? Two, is the owner of the apartment really the person who was burned? Because if that was the case, and the person who's on the camera is the owner of the apartment, then you're saying that on the 12th, very close to midnight, just pretty much after she went to attack Arimura and the main character of the VN, she burned herself alive. Wait, no, hang on, that's not how it works. She was on camera, right? So anyway, if the pyrokinetic is the owner of the apartment and she killed herself, things get really funky. That doesn't make sense. She was at the Alba clinic, wasn't she? Right? Wasn't she trying to get at Yui? Wasn't she trying to kill the main character? Did she run back to her apartment after she failed and burned herself alive because she was so ashamed that she failed? I mean, that could have been it. Bullshit! But that's not likely the case. Why? Because look at the name of the fucking chapter. It's called Betrayal. So then, with a name like that, unless they're trying to throw you for a spin, someone's telling a lie here. And I don't know who it is.
で、ユイの能力なんだけど、本当に自覚とかないのか?
I mean, maybe no one's telling a lie. Maybe the betrayal is like, hey, here, have a Subway sandwich. And then instead of Subway, I give you my own homemade sandwich, and for some reason you really like Subway, and you felt betrayed, but I don't think that's the case. What, Subway? You want a foot long?
そんなの急に言われても。
This is going the wrong direction. That's not really what I'm asking here. Okay.
自分の身の回りで特別なことが起こったりとかさ。
特別って言うと、ユウのことくらいかな。
どんな？
ユウが嘘ついてもすぐにわかるとか。
それは超能力じゃないわね。お姉ちゃんなら普通よ。私だってタクルのついた嘘なんて簡単に見抜けるもの。
だからそこで僕を引き合いに出すなよ。
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when bad things happen to big companies, I guess. I mean that's a very low assessment of it, but yeah, I understand.
なるべくユイを怖がらせないであげて。
他にはないかな。どんなことでもいいんだけど。
他に？そういえば本当に時々だけどユウの声が聞こえるような気がする。
声？
うん。例えばユウが忘れ物をして困ってたり怪我をして泣いてたり、そういう良くない声が聞こえてきて。
You know what's kind of funny? I just realized that the spoiler that we saw is kind of irrelevant now because seconds later we found out the thing that was spoiled. I was like, oh, okay. We're good.
それで急いでユウの学校へ行くと本当に怪我をしてたりするの。
なるほど。それかもしれない。
ユウトにはそういうことはないのかしら。
大丈夫。あいつに能力はない。
なんだか私はユウの心配してるのにユウの方はそうでもないみたいでちょっと癪だけど。でもいいよね。ユウが狙われることはないんだもんね。
ああ。あいつはターゲットにされないはずだ。
Unless he's a psychic too. Everyone's a psychic. Yui's a psychic. I'm a psychic. Aramuro's a psychic. Who else is a psychic? I'm contemplating Serika's a psychic. The person who throws fire is a psychic. The people who are dying are psychics. So a funny thought kind of appeared in my head, and that is the very important concept of suspension of disbelief. Because once your disbelief has... Okay, how do I explain this? Do you know what that means? Suspending your disbelief. It means... Oh god. It means holding back your... Jeez, I know what it is, but explaining it's kind of awkward. It's kind of in the freaking name. Holding back your disbelief to allow a story to continue. So, do I need to give an example, or do you understand what I mean? Right, so if you don't hold back your disbelief for certain events, what do you mean people have superpowers? That's not real. Then you can't enjoy the story, right? It's doing that. It's allowing you to be immersed in the setting or what's produced by the work that you're seeing and being involved in it. So yeah, it's part of immersion. And I thought to myself in the back of my head, if everyone's a psychic, which I made a joke just now about that, right? What does that do to our suspension of disbelief? Do we believe that? Is that okay? Is that good writing? And then immediately in my head, I compared this game to a different game, which I'm not going to mention because then it would be a spoiler, in which everyone had superpowers, but not at the beginning of the game. They just had superpowers later. I was like, okay. But I was willing to accept that because my suspension of disbelief wasn't broken. So that's good writing in my opinion. That you can set that up and you're not like, what the fuck? Why is that the case, right?
やだ、やめてよ。
ダメです。
A sacrifice of realism and logic for the sake of enjoyment. Well, there we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's really weird, too. Like, there's a lot of concepts that we understand, but when you try to explain something, it gets harder. I think that's why being a teacher is harder than it sounds, I guess. Yeah, why not? You can be good at doing something, but doesn't mean you're a good teacher.
ゆい好きよ。大好き。
うわ、ののねがなんか気持ち悪い。助けてタクルに。
気が済むまでやらせてやれよ、ユイ。
やだ、助けてよ。
Those two knocks, guys. Don't worry.
まさか、ここ家の中だぞ。
Oh, well, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I keep confusing the main character and calling him me. I keep saying I when I refer to the main character. And I'm okay with that. Because one of the funnest things about visual novels in the past when I streamed it is role-playing. Not that I'm role-playing the main character. It's like I don't mind getting myself confused with the main character, even though I don't like him. At least right now, right? He has tons of room to change. In fact, some of the characters that I disliked at the beginning of certain stories ended up being the character I liked the most at the end. Well, I mean, that's not exactly the case with Steins Gate, but I disliked Okabe at the beginning, and then I realized, wow, I love this character now. It's strange. He's so chuny, and then I realized, oh, wait a minute. I'm chuny. All right.
は？
宮代先輩、ちょっといいっすか？それともクルス先輩となんかまずいことでもしてますか？
ってお前かよ。
あ、どうも
どうもじゃない。紛らわしいからノックすんなよ。
そういうわけにはいきませんってば。変な場面とか見ちゃったらどうするんです？
You know, on a serious note, I do kind of want to go back to Steins Gate Zero.
僕とクルスで変な場面なんてないからな。で、なんか用か？
Because the thing is, I'm not sure if this is natural. You tell me. I'm actually going to ask you guys a question. Do you have trouble explaining things you like and dislike?
あ、はい。ちょっと宮代先輩に話があるんで。いいですかね？
Because despite the fact of how I'm breaking this visual novel down, for a long time that was the case for me.
僕に？
ダイニングに来てもらっても。
ああ、構わないけど。
私たちも行った方がいいかしら。
いえいえ、クルス先輩と立花姉はそのままラブラブしててオッケーっすよ。話って宮代先輩にだけなんで。
そう？
Yeah, and here's the thing. One of the major positives of being able to explain something you do like is that you can gain a greater appreciation for it and share your enthusiasm with someone else, right? So, like, I really enjoy music. Why? Because I believe music is like subtext. You're able to hear, see. Well, okay, you can't see music, but some people can actually. But that can be like music videos. You're able to hear the emotions of someone else, and sometimes it can convey a story, something that I'm particularly passionate about, and it allows you to construct a narrative in your head of what the music is telling you, right? This is why, in my opinion, I'm able to appreciate lyrics even though I don't understand them, or songs and music from different languages and different cultures, right? To me, even if I don't understand the word, the music itself conveys an emotion that can be universal, that you can understand it without understanding the lyrics. Music has that quality. That's me explaining it, right?
なんだよ一体。
So on the reverse side, what is positive about explaining something that you do dislike?
クルス先輩にはまだちょっとな話なんで。
Being able to explain something you dislike is coming to terms with things that you reject to some degree, right? So, for example, why do I dislike flies? Let's go. I dislike flies. They're insects. I think they are really annoying. They fly around my head, and I'm like, leave me alone. Things like that, right? But at the same time, flies are part of the food chain. And without flies, we'd lose a lot of other animals who use them to eat. Flies also help decompose things. You see, like, they have like a function in nature, right? Or why do I dislike spiders? When they kill the things I hate, which are flies, right? Now, those are just like really strange examples to use, but then we can talk about literature or movies or hobbies in general. Like, why do I dislike this story? Why? Because it lacks certain objective strengths, such as grammar or execution of certain themes. Right? Objective. I'm not saying subjective here. Things like that. And then coming to terms of what you dislike allows you to understand and appreciate things you do like, because there's that contrast. And then you're able to understand when someone does something well, it takes a lot of effort because you're able to see the difference between the good and the bad. It also allows you to constructively criticize things that are made in like stories, etc. So you're not so overly enthusiastic about bashing something because you're able to convey the words that show why you dislike something. And you're able to constructively criticize it if you're able to convey it well. That means that with that understanding, you come to terms with how certain things can be subjective, right? Even though I can constructively criticize the objective weaknesses of a story, I'm also able to understand why someone might be able to appreciate it. And then what does that teach you? It teaches you to see things from a different perspective. And that itself is very valuable. If I have to explain that, I don't know what to say to you. Not that I don't know how to say why it's valuable, but just the natural ability to understand someone else's thoughts and their perspectives, that should be naturally understood as why that's valuable.
とにかく来てください。見てほしいものが。
I don't know why I had to bring that up. I'm thinking right now. I guess it's because...
ああ、タク、ゆいちゃんどう？
I think it's because the nature of our community that we're in. We are in the video game community. We are in the anime community. We're in the visual novel community. All of that all at once when we're participating in Chaos Child, actually. Yeah. And overall, of FinestKO, we are that, right? We are all those aspects.
もう大丈夫だと思う。落ち着いたよ。
And I feel like, due to whatever factors, I'm not entirely sure. So due to these factors of which I'm not sure of, the community at large has different specialties. And certain specialties don't always lead to a requirement and understanding of certain things. So here's an example. Nier Automata, did you know that Nier Automata is an incredibly philosophical piece about the conveyance of humanity's great ideals through philosophers and how they can function or are dysfunctional in the setting that is Nier Automata. So, not every gamer has a background in philosophy. I don't have a background in philosophy, even though I've read and studied it. So, does that mean that if you don't have a background in philosophy, you can't enjoy Nier Automata? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. You can enjoy it in different ways as well. But that's not something that's expected from gamers. I can't go like, oh, you're a gamer? You know about, like, Pascal's wager, right? No? Or maybe you do, in which case I'm impressed.
そっか、よかったね。
But anyway, there's different expectations from different communities and their own, like, knowledge. And even though I can't convey exactly that when it comes to the communities that we are a part of, there still is that aspect. So, like, for example, if you're talking about the visual novel community, of which I don't have that much information, so I'm not going to go out of my way to say things here, my guess, off the top of my head, is the visual novel community reads a lot. What a surprise, right? And if they read a lot, they're an aspect of the literature community, of which I'm a part of. I read. I'm a freaking English major. I participate in all that kind of stuff. So they should be knowledgeable about different concepts and terms in writing. However, visual novels are not exactly considered pure literature yet. Pure literature is like buy a book off of the shelves, literature, right? Or poetry, like that specific kind of medium that's considered taught in school. Visual novels aren't there yet. So I don't have the same expectations of them as like a colleague in the literature community, the literature field. And that's fine. There's different kinds of like appeals in different mediums.
ひなちゃん、お茶飲む？ウキちゃんが入れてくれたのはとっても美味しいよ。
But anyway, different communities, different expectations. That's pretty much all I'm saying here.
ああ、いえ、私はそろそろ家に帰ろうと思ってるんで。
え？
ひなちゃん帰っちゃうの？もっと合宿していこうよ。明日学校お休みだし。
いやいや、宮代先輩のお父様にこれ以上ご迷惑をおかけするわけには。っていうか、ぶっちゃけこんなに泊まり込むと思ってなかったんで、下着の替えとかピンチでして。
That's a funny excuse and a very personal one, but okay.
そんな、別に遠慮しなくても。
おっと、ド変態め、限界を突破した下着を遠慮なく見せつけていいと？いや、むしろじっくり見せろと？一宿一般の恩義があろうと、そいつは聞けねえ要求だな。
What? How do you make that assumption? The fuck? Because we're talking about underwear. And, okay, she's making that funny assumption as a joke. But anyway, yeah, I've noticed another thing about myself, that even though I'm part of multiple communities, I don't go out of my way to involve myself with them. So I've always been that kind of like isolated factor. In the Gram community, in the Granblue community, same thing. In the fighting game community, same thing. In the anime community, same thing. I don't go on Reddit. I don't actively join forums. I don't go on Twitter and say, "Hi guys, let's go ahead and have a discussion about this new anime that we just watched." Like, I don't do any of that. I don't go to anime clubs. None of that.
誰がそんなこと要求するか、そういう話じゃないだろう。
じゃあ何ですか？
だから事件が終わったっていう確証が得られるまで有村もここにいないか。その方が安全だろ。
ああ、 なるほど。
You know, I kind of wonder, do I want to get myself further involved in any community? I think the answer is yes. Fighting game community, obviously. I've been with them for a very long time now. Visual novel community? Maybe. Anime community? How would I even do that? I'm on Twitch. Okay, well, there is an anime community on Twitch, but... Like, locally? Is there a thing like that?
Seri, Uki. 悪いんだけど、ちょっとだけ外してくれないかな。
Okay.
はあ。宮代先輩に話っていうのは、実はそのことです。
Oops. About the phone? Okay.
つい今しがた、新庄さんからメールが来まして、私と先輩に大至急確認してほしいことがあるって。
I mean, I feel like it's the case for almost everything. You certainly heard stories about that in freaking Hollywood, as an example. I know that's the case for the anime industry as well. And the visual novel industry and the gaming industry, same thing. There's douchebags in every single community.
新庄さんから
Although, I mean, if it's like somehow integral to the community, of course there's reasons to like talk about it and ideally invoke change.
すごく嫌なものを送りつけられました。デリカシーがないんでしょうね。大嫌いです、あの人。
Yeah, exactly, right? And interestingly enough, now's the time that there's been a lot of push and discussion and aggravating? That's not even the correct word. There's a lot of, for now, I'll just say discussion regarding community leaders in multiple communities, which we're talking about, actually.
それ、防犯カメラの映像のコピーだそうですよ。
I don't know why that's the case. I feel like maybe just vocal minority kind of thing, but that doesn't work either because these are community leaders. What am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that for some reason or another, it seems to be consistent that from my personal experience, whenever I go and see people in positions of power, they seem to have that qualitative aspect of being too engrossed in themselves. That's like the nicest way I can put it. And you see that in like every community I'm a part of, actually. I don't want to out anyone. I'm just saying that that might just be a thing. And it's certainly not like everyone who's gained status and power is full of themselves. And wow, Saber just said that, actually.
南沢千里
But, you know, there's people of all types.
間違いないですよね。じゃあ、新庄さんには先輩からそう言っといてください。私、あの人とはもう話したくないから。
But anyway, I tried my very best not to focus too much on the negative aspects of, say, community leaders being particularly malicious. No, that's not really it. Untrustworthy, maybe. It's like I'm always trying to figure out how to translate words in my head to words out of my mouth. It's not easy. Unscrupulous individuals. How about that? Does that work? Sure. Okay. Like, for example, for a long time, I was really nervous about getting into the Marvel community. Why? Do I need to say? Right? There is a certain type of, like, stereotype with the Marvel community. Is it true? I mean, to some degree, there's a lot of, like, rowdy individuals in it. But is it a bad thing? Not entirely. Like, I love that kind of energy. And I love how open the Marvel community is. to getting people. When I say Marvel is Capcom, okay? The games, not like the comics. I love how the community for Marvel's Capcom Infinite has been incredibly welcoming to getting people caught up with information. That is something I have not seen in any other fighting game community, where everyone's labbing up tech and they're not holding it. It's like, hey guys, here's information, take a look at this, and tell me what you think. Well, I think it's actually really awesome. Here, let me try to expand upon that, right? There's a bunch of people involved in what's considered one of the most strange aspects of the American fighting game community, which is because our community has tournaments that have money involved, we sometimes do not share information with each other, because to do so would put you at a disadvantage and you are less likely to make first place. However, tons of discussion about that has really emerged, right? Like the idea that, hang on, we're hurting ourselves overall by not sharing information with each other. We tend to have issues fighting against people from other countries because their communities are more likely to share information with each other. What's an example of that? The Japanese arcade community, where there is no money involved, seem to share information with each other. The Korean fighting game community, I'm not saying like the esports community. Well, I mean, fighting games can be esports in Korea. Anyway, I'm specifically saying fighting game community because I don't know anything else about the Korean gaming scene. They share information with each other, right? And so that's an aspect of me saying, hang on, even though I'm really against some of the community leaders in Marvel's Capcom, for whatever reason, right, I like the community as a whole. And that's me saying I'm willing to accept that, because I don't want to look at the bad apples and say that's everyone.
わかった。これどこなんだろう。
その女のマンションとかメールには書いてありましたけど。
マンションを見つけた？じゃあ南沢千里は逮捕されたのか？
ま、似たようなものです。だから私は家に帰っても平気になりました。
Okay, so we've seriously gone on a tangent right now, and I actually think that discussion we had isn't really that relevant to the visual novels that we're reading, the visual novel that we're reading. Or maybe kinda it is. We're talking about communities, aren't we? Okay. So that's our lead-in.
お世話になりました、先輩。
We found her condo. Most likely we're gonna go there.
ウキも立花姉ももう安心していいみたいですよ。
どういうことだ？
死にました、その女。
Well, she's already caught up. Okay, she's dead.
は？死んだ？
ええ。クルス先輩にはうまく伝えてください。私、そういうの苦手なんで。それじゃ、そういうことで、あとはよろしくです。
So who's her source?
セリー、ウキ、話終わったよ。私帰るから、宮代先輩の相手してあげて。寂しがってるよ。
I mean, it could have been Kunosato. Could have been the detective. That would make sense at least. Anyway, again, my counter argument to that DRM is that you're focusing too much on the bad apples and not looking at the community as a whole. Like, say I was an asshole. There's a bunch of good people in our community that aren't reflective of me being an asshole, right? Also, there's also different backgrounds too. Like, I value literature and writers and artists a lot. Like, their works have been some of the things that have changed me completely as a person. And so I am willing to overlook the fact that things can be controversial in the making of certain things in favor of appreciating a work because I don't think the author or the original creator had intended that to be the way it is. Now, that's not always going to be the case, right? And Jesus, man, it's like... It's so weird that we're talking about this right now because there has been so much discussion on Twitter lately and in the communities that we're a part of regarding unscrupulous individuals doing unscrupulous things. Wow, okay. And then you have to figure out, like, what's your tolerance for that and how do you feel out what's acceptable to do. So... what's a good example of that? Maybe we should talk about something that's a little bit detached from us, but somewhat relevant still. Do you remember that anime? I forgot the name of the anime, so this is not gonna help, but I think you'll understand which anime I'm talking about. There was an anime. It was an anime with a high school setting. Wow. It had a huge controversy over one of the voice actors being led around to believe that that voice actor was going to have a part in that anime. And when it was found out that the individuals that were controlling that anime were being... Wow, that was easy. You got it already? Kokoro Connect. That's exactly anime. So anyway, when it was found out that was the case, the community pretty much ousted that anime and it didn't do well successfully, at least from what I understand. So that's an example, right? Of where we find out that the core developers, or I guess just the voice actors of that work, are considered less savory. And so then we as consumers and we as people within the community, whether that be people who just appreciate the medium or, I don't know, if you're in a community, what else would you do if you don't appreciate the medium? Okay. How do we handle that, right? So, from what I have told you, how the way I would handle it is I would try to detach the fact that the developers are unscrupulous. Do I even know what unscrupulous is? Scruples is brains. Unscrupulous means... if you're lacking scruples, it means you're lacking brain cells. Unscrupulous means having or showing no more moral principles, not honest or fair. Thank God I got that right. Okay. Where are we? So if these individuals are unscrupulous and we're kind of like, hey, how do we handle this? I enjoyed their work and I feel morally conflicted with the fact that people who are involved in this work have done bad things. So it might honestly be on a case-by-case basis, right? So if Kokoro Connect, if I had known that, I think I actually might have said, no, I don't want to support this. And certainly I have stopped watching that show. So that's one aspect of it. For visual novels, though, unless it's the core creator, which I'm going to define as the person who wrote that work, because it's a visual novel, there's a writer, there's an artist, there's a composer, right? Unless it's one of those like key positions, I am not willing to say no, because I think that outside factors such as localizers or translators shouldn't destroy the beauty of a work. And that's a shame, because I think visual novels, like light novels, are an opportunity to get a writer or an artist's work out there into the world and to test the waters of their artistic ability, right? That's how some famous people have come into the VN community and into the anime community. I can name several examples, like how about Jun Maeda. He's the guy who's made like freaking Clannad and Canon and Angel Beats, right? He started as a visual novel writer. Kinoku Nasu started with Tsukihime as an example, or Fate Stay Night, right? They started in these positions in which they don't have much going for them, but they put their work out there as an amateur writer or artist, and then they got known for it. I respect that a lot, because it takes a lot of work to become a writer. So, Maeda Jin was originally a composer? Okay, my mistake. Anyway, what am I saying here? I'm saying that I want to respect that more than the outside factors that could ruin how much work and beauty can go into a story. Because if you're saying that if we found out tomorrow that one of the most influential works that have changed you as a person had a really bad localizer or something who did terrible things, and you're saying, well, I can't appreciate that work anymore, then I think that's going too far, because the localizer isn't a person who's involved with writing the actual story, right? Sure, he localizes it and brings it to different areas, but it doesn't mean like the actual artist was wrong. Right. So I'm saying make that distinction. So that's how I would define the difference between like a visual novel and disliking like a visual novel for certain aspects and disliking like a movie for certain aspects. There have been certain discussions about how directors have been rather morally questionable as well, in which case a director is very involved with how you make a movie. And so I'm more willing to say, no, I am not willing to support your work, because they're very directly involved with the creation of a movie.
警察が持っていったものの中には本当に何もなかったんだな。
ああ、俺が全部チェックしたんだ。間違いない。
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to detach myself from this conversation right now, because we've definitely taken too long. I need to read this and absorb what's being said. Riko Haida's condo was cut off from the sunlight by the surrounding buildings, making the whole place feel somehow gloomy. Mio was standing there, her eyes cold as ever. She'd gone through all the wooden shelves and colored boxes on the walls, read every last document and receipt inside, and found nothing. Okay, so you're checking the environment. You're sure there's nothing in what the police took, right? Yeah, I looked at all of it, I'm sure. Several days have passed since... This is the 27th now. It believed to be Sunny Misawa. The body had long since been taken out for an autopsy. Okay, so there's something funky here. I agree. They're trying to figure it out. And Mio specifically is looking for a clue right now.
何も出てこない。無駄足だったのか。
So we don't know exactly what that clue is. I might have missed something that would imply heavily what that clue is, but I'm not there yet. I guess the question first is this death involved with the copycat murders? Is this death involved with the copycat murders? And if so, why are we missing certain very key elements that we've seen in every single copycat murder? For example, where's the sticker? And another example, how does this match up with the murder 6 years ago? I don't remember. Maybe it does match up. I just happened to forget, yeah.
No.
なんだ。
I mean, I'm not trying to like squelch discussion. I think it's very important. It's just that people obviously come here for me reading this visual novel and giving my thoughts. And I feel kind of bad if I talk about something that I feel is tangential to the visual novel.
この部屋は完全な密室だった。彼女以外誰も出入りした痕跡がなく、凶器の鉄筋も彼女自身が持ち込んだものだ。
それがどうした？
Okay, so we've jokingly talked about how the police are incompetent in this visual novel. Part of it is because they've ruled out every single murder as a suicide. That's not likely to be the case. However, we are now in a situation in which it might actually be a suicide. So what do we say of that as readers and viewers, right?
彼女はどうやって死んだんだろうな。自殺か他殺かも含めて。
And there's this possibility that it wasn't suicide. I don't understand why she would burn herself alive when she was seething with revenge and anger to get at the main character as an example. So, what's the deal here? Where's the clue to find out more about this? How does this attach itself to the copycat murders?
私は探偵じゃない。密室犯罪のトリックなど知るか。
そういう話をしてるわけじゃない。ギガロマニアックスの死に関して君の意見を求めてるんだ。
ギガロマニアックスはいわゆる超能力者とは違う。他人と妄想を共有することで初めて能力が発現する。つまりここが誰の目も届かない閉鎖空間だったのなら、南沢千里はただの人間と同じだ。パイロキネシスなど使えるはずがない。
She's bringing up a really important fact, which is, remember how psychic powers are easier to manifest if there's more than one person. Even just having two people is enough. But if Senri Minamisawa, supposedly, right, as the person with the power to summon fire, if Senri Minamisawa was alone, how would you summon fire? It's not easy.
だが、ここは閉鎖空間とは違う。例えば、窓の外から誰かが覗いていれば、妄想の共有など簡単にできる。
Okay, there we go. That's a possible solution.
いや、そこまでは俺も考えたさ。
Oh, wow. Okay, Shinjo's on the next level. What's up?
なら、何を悩むことがある。ここもダメか。ここに住んでいたのが南沢千里なら、例の委員会につながるヒントくらい出てくると思ったんだが。
Okay, hint of the community. That's the first time I've ever heard of that term.
あるいは奴らのことだ。私より先にすでに回収済みということか。くそ。だいたい事件の発生から時間が経ちすぎだ。直後にここを調べられたら連中を出し抜けたかもしれないのに。
Okay, so the community might be the Illuminati. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. I think the committee she's talking about is like the police committee or something. Because if moles exist in the police community, then there's a chance that this investigation is trying to get squelched.
上等だ。絶対に突き止めてやる。
But there was no sign of a bill for a phone or internet service. That sounds very peculiar because I can't imagine a person in modern day society living in such a technological... I mean, it's freaking Tokyo. Tokyo? Yeah, it's Tokyo. In Shibuya specifically. But yeah, that's really rare. Who the hell does not have a bill for a phone or internet?
確かに。電話がどこにもないな。
Okay. I mean, I don't have a phone inside my house. I have a cell phone. I think that's becoming way more of the norm. You don't need a direct line phone anymore.
これじゃあ食費もバカにならなかったろ。
Especially funky. What the hell?
金の出所は委員会じゃないのか。せめて口座番号だけでも分かれば尻尾がつかめるもの。
Okay, the community is becoming a little bit more harder to define now.
南沢千里は23日の深夜から24日の未明にかけて宮代君たちの前に姿を現してる。そして焼死体となって発見されたのはその24日の夜だ。ということは彼女が死んだのはその間ということになる。
Senri Minamisawa was seen by Miyashiro and his friends between the night of the 23rd and the early morning of the 24th. Yep, that's what we already know. And it was the night of the 24th that she was found dead, which means she died sometime after her last sighting. Okay, so guaranteed. After midnight, she dies. Okay. Which is awkward, because that's missing the date for when the copycat murders should have killed someone.
あ？なんだ？
南沢千里が最後に目撃されてから死体が発見されるまでに20時間ほどあるって話だよ。
それだけあれば十分だろ。
ところがその20時間の間に何が起こったのか、いやそもそも南沢千里が何をしていたのか足取りが全くつかめないんだ。彼女はこのマンションにすら戻ってきていないんだよ。
How do you know that?
何
？24日の防犯カメラに映ってないんだ。一度も。
She doesn't show up on the security camera on the 24th, not once. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that either she avoided the security camera to get to her room, or she never even went here in the first place. Or something else with the security camera. So what does that say? That's implying that there are different options here. Oh, okay, so give me a second. Okay, so option 1, that dead body actually is the pyrokinetic. In which case, for some reason, she didn't show up on the security camera. Why is that the case? Option 2, that dead body right there isn't actually her. Why? Because she didn't appear on the security camera. Okay. So then, what does that lead us to? That leads us to 1. If the dead body is her, why did the security camera not pick her up? Okay, that could be the security camera was faked, or looped or something. Or she purposely avoided the security camera, which makes very little sense to me. She hasn't done that before. Okay, and then let's say that dead body isn't her. In which case, she burned someone alive so hard to a crisp and put a rebar through their body that happens to be in her house? That still doesn't make much sense. Why would you do that?
そんなバカな話があるか。じゃあどうやってここで死んだんだ？
But the autopsy, we don't... Okay, they haven't specifically said that the autopsy 100% says the body is her.
だからこうして途方に暮れてるんじゃないか。
映像をチェックしたやつの見落としだろう。
俺も確認したよ。見落としはない。
Yeah, the camera footage being manipulated starts to become a lot more possible now.
今映像を確認させてるが、どういうことかさっぱりだ。
I'll catch you up as best I can, Roxas, really quickly, because we spent a lot of time talking right now, and I want to keep moving forward. But the catch up is this: 6 years ago, there were tons of murders, and these murders were horrific. After the murders happened, an earthquake hit the city of Shibuya, and it didn't hit anything else. It only hit Shibuya, which implies that it's not a natural earthquake. That is very awkward. 6 years later, we are now in present day. These murders that are happening in the city of Shibuya are copycatting the murders of 6 years ago. Why? We don't know. Also, the murders are targeting specifically people who have psychic powers. Why? Again, we don't know. And also psychic powers? Kind of funky, right? But that's not normal in this setting. People don't randomly have psychic powers.
わかった。少し考えてみよう。
And the biggest problem right now is we've hit, I think, the 4th murder, and it doesn't line up whatsoever. And we're trying to figure out why.
助かる。
それも含めて、私はもう少しこの部屋を調査させてもらう。あんたは、南沢千里が、いつどうやってハイダリコという偽の身元を手に入れたのか、情報を入手してくれないか。
Can you find out for me when Senri Minamisawa began using the alias Riko Haida? Okay, so to her, Senri and Riko are the exact same person. They aren't different individuals. She's just saying that's just a different name for her.
もしかすると、それにも委員会が絡んでいるかもしれない。
We don't know what the committee is exactly yet.
それはもうやってる。
Okay, but Shinjo understands when she says the committee.
あと、この件の警察発表はいつになる予定だ？
まだ決まってない。いろいろ揉めてるらしい。
ニュースになれば、もっと南沢千里の情報が集まってくると思うんだがな。
気持ちはわかるが、そう焦るなよ。
わかる？私の何がわかると言うんだ。
Okay, it's interesting, but the power relationship between Shinjo, the detective that you see on the screen right now, and Mio, the lady that you see in the back, is really getting more it's no longer solid, it's flowing is what I'm saying.
さてと、ちょっと飯でも食ってくる。
So the power dynamics are shifting is what I'm saying. Where Mio, who was originally she's still a genius, nothing changed. But she really led everyone by the nose. And here's where we're going, and I don't care about me sharing information with you. But now Shinjo, who was originally really incompetent, seems to be kind of like pulling forward now. That's a good thing, actually.
いらない。勝手にしろ。
Because they need each other.
じゃ、そうさせてもらう。
And more importantly, we need them to solve this murder. Yeah, it's volatile. Thank you.
どれだけ調べてくれても構わないが、マンションの管理人が君を疑ってる。本当に警察の関係者かって。所轄に問い合わせでもされたら厄介だから気をつけろよ。
You can look as much as you want, but the building manager is suspicious of you. He's not convinced you're really with the police. If he calls the local cops, there'll be trouble, so be careful. So there again, right? Mio needs Shinjo. She has to follow by conventional law, otherwise she'll never get what she wants.
一応、気には留めておく。
一応じゃ困る。怒られるのは俺だ。
And Shinjo is the only person in this entire visual novel who's a police officer who's actually good at what he does. I mean, maybe not like exceptional, but he isn't garbage anymore. He's actually decent, right? That's like the author saying not all police. Okay, anyway, don't worry. Hana Kazuki doesn't really speak, so I'm assuming this isn't supposed to be. Okay, on the bright side, this isn't an 18 plus visual novel. You're okay to watch this with friends and family. Of course, he's playing ESO too. Oh my god.
ってお前もか。こそこそ覗いてないでさっさと入ってこいって。
大丈夫？お邪魔じゃない？
What are you talking about, Sarika?
だから何がお邪魔なんだよ。
廊下の向こうまで聞こえてるよ、花ちゃん。
Are you serious? Oh my, oh that moaning is gonna get people really curious.
今忙しいから話しかけるなってさ。
How do you understood her?
たくすごいね。花ちゃん検定があればすぐに1級とか取れるね。
そんなもんいらん。
私のことなんてどうでもいいのねって怒ってるぞ。
You know, I legitimately don't know if Hana can speak or not. I mean, there's been tons of jokes about that in the VN where maybe the reason why you can't hear her words is because she whispers everything, or maybe she's an alien, but I have never seen her in reality actually speak.
違う。私のこと勝手に話題にすんなだ。
Yeah, Sarika's great. I love her too.
すごいすごい。あれ、今日のんちゃんは？
生徒会しばらく休んでたから仕事が溜まってるらしい。
川原のやつが来て今日は新聞部には渡さないとさ。
おお、これは争奪戦だね。よーし、タク、のんちゃんを奪いに行こ
え、いや、いいよ。
うわぁ、久しぶりにダメなタクに戻った。せっかくかっこよかったのに。
なんだそれ。
だってあんな怖い能力を使う人と対決したり、病院の地下へ潜入したり、とにかく事件を追ってるタクはかっこよかったよ。
Yeah, does she do that during class? Like, what if you were the teacher and said, what's her name again? Jesus. Her name is... Hana. Okay, so what if you were a teacher in class and said, Hana, can you read page 56 for me? And she goes like, how does that... You can't say, okay, good job.
そうか。本当に事件はもう終わったんだよな。
Yeah, this is so funky. I guess the first question is it really required to copycat the murders? Can a murderer just, I don't know, kill them whenever the murderer wants? Why does it have to copycat the murders? Maybe we're missing someone that's actually killed in the city right now. I don't know. None of us knows.
千里が。
僕も有村の映像を確認した。間違いない。
Yeah, like we still don't know the motivation for killing all these people. Maybe they just hate psychics. And just happened to kill them on the exact same day.
なんて言っていいかわからないけど、その
これでこれで終わったのね。もうタクルやユイを襲うような犯人はいなくなったのね。
だと思うって新庄さんが。
そう。
Okay, so if you're just tuning in, the reason why she feels bad is because Senri Minamisawa was her childhood friend.
よかった。
Also, Senri is the product of a human experiment, so, I mean, we're all anime here. I still do not think that the pyrokinetic, whose body supposedly is dead, is actually Senri Minamisawa, though. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. So squelching this will protect the hospital, which does human experiments.
おい、宮代？
え？あ、悪い。なんだ？
あれ、どうするよ？片付けるか？もう使わないかもしれないし。
No, please. Let's go back to the map and try to figure out if this actually lines up with the murders, and if it doesn't, why? Wow, that's a lot of notes that we've done. Okay, where do we go from here?
Oh, so.
The 6th and 7th incidents in the New Generation Madness. Yummy Hand and DQN Puzzle. Okay. And notes next to them read October 28th and November 4th. Okay, so the 28th, if these murders are still going to continue, is the next time the murder is going to happen. Which is, I think, tomorrow. I think the in-game date is 27th right now.
今日って28日なんだよな。
I don't remember what was the murder in 6 years ago on the 23rd. What was the murder? Does anyone remember?
そうだな。
Serial killer equals multiple people including pyrokinetic. Let me look at these notes again. Pyrokinetic was using killings to test her powers? Question mark. That should be question mark. We're not actually sure. Possible multiple powers. Multiple people including pyrokinetics. Killer is another psychic. Okay, so these are the possibilities of what it could be.
事件は終わったんだろうか。
23rd was the brain removal. Okay, so I don't see how the brain removal is similar to how the person in the apartment who got skewered and burned alive is related. I don't see that connection, which is on purpose, obviously.
終わったって言ってるぜ、みんな。それにさ、もし他に犯人がいるなら、23日だって南沢千里に代わってそいつが事件を起こしたはずだろ。
ああ、なるほど。
けど実際は何も起こらなかった。ってことはこの可能性は消えたってことじゃないのかな。
Okay, so we're just removing possibilities now. Let me take a step back and just double check what you removed. So he said, and if there was another killer, they should have done something on the 23rd since Senri... Oh, excuse me. I had a burp there. They should have done something on the 23rd, since Senator Mitamasawa didn't, right? Yeah, I see, but nothing happened, which means it's impossible, I think. Serial killer equals multiple people, including the pyrokinetic. Is it really over? Okay, I forgot we took off the screen.
もうやめようぜ。なんつうかさ、副部長が辛いと思うんだ。俺。
うん、そうだね。しんちゃんの言う通りかも。
ね。
そっか。
I mean, we could just drop investigating this. But then I would have to specifically ask Aramura, how do you think I was going to die? And if she said, I thought you were going to die because you're a psychic, in which case, okay, maybe we're safe now. But if she says, I think you're going to die because it's very likely you're going to be the target of the next serial killing murder, then I'll say, okay, hang on. Let's continue. Yeah, if you didn't like Utawarumono, Mask of Deception,
こいつの役目はここで終わりにしよう。
I'm not sure if you're really involved with visual novels, Roxas, but Utawarerumono, Mask of Deception, I believe is the second in the trilogy, meaning you missed the first story. Unless you watched the anime or, for some reason, read the visual novel. Maybe that's the reason why you disliked it. Or it could be other reasons too, who knows.
けど、なんか、いきなり壁がすっきりしちゃったね。
But if you ever want a recommendation, feel free to ask me or people who read visual novels in the chat.
ずっとここにあったからな。
Oh, there we go. See, it's the second in the trilogy. Yeah, and the remake is gonna be interesting.
ねえ、また何か事件を探そうよ、タク。みんなをあっと驚かせるような事件。
ああ、そのために作った新聞部だもんな。
I mean, if you want a personal recommendation, like a VN that I am really looking forward to, as well as something that I've read, so it's a weird combination, right? It's not fully translated. I appreciate the writing, and I appreciate the subject matter, because I think it's very important. I would recommend White Album 2, which has everything that was in the anime translated and retranslated. They had to retranslate it to make it to make the finesse better. So now it's a better read if you're interested about White Album 2. White Album 2 though isn't really just about what you saw in the anime, in case you did see the anime. It's, in my opinion, far more interesting when you get past that part, which is... How do I explain this? Okay, so in modern day media, there are depictions of romance, and they flood the discussion of how passionate romance should be. And the problem with that is that it doesn't talk about really important subjects that are also part of approaching relationships with people. And I'm not just saying any relationships, I'm specifically talking about romantic relationships. One of the topics that isn't as easily talked about is the breakup, right? That's not completely uncommon, but it's not as common as guy meets girl, problems happen, obstacles are conquered, and then they live happily ever after, right? So then, for the person who doesn't find their first relationship to be successful, how do you handle that? And it's a little bit harder to find an answer to that. How do you handle a breakup? And you can't always use media to inform you on your decisions on how to handle something as specific and peculiar that is a romantic relationship. Okay, so how is that relevant to White Album 2? White Album 2 talks about thematic subjects that are very relevant to how we approach relationships. What are they? One of them is a kind of counter-argument to the benefits of nostalgia. So nostalgia is a nice feeling. It's you looking back on the past and feeling a sense of closeness, I guess, to the events you're reimagining. It's nostalgic, right? And a lot of high school anime or stories that have that kind of setting in Japanese visual novels or anime want to depict times in high school as something memorable. That when you lose that time in high school, you are never able to get it back because those are specific times and you can't go back in the past. And it's also a time period before you go to college. It's also a time period before you essentially set yourself for life. Apparently in Japanese society, it's where you went to college. And then once you get into that college, you're already set for the company that you want to work for, in case that's your pathway to getting a job. Supposedly, I guess once you've gotten through the entrance exams to get into a high-level university in Japan, the amount of work required is less than American universities. That's what I've heard. I'm not entirely sure if that's true. Anyway, how is that relevant to White Album 2? Okay, so it wants to say that nostalgia is a trap. Why? Focusing too much on the past will inhibit your ability to move forward. That makes sense, right? If you keep thinking about the times that you had in high school and how beautiful it was, you will hold yourself back from seeing how you can establish your current relationships and what they mean for you. There's also a love triangle in White Album 2. And it doesn't go well whatsoever. It's really abusive, it's manipulative, and it's destructive. It's also realistic. Love triangles might not be realistic, but if it happened, how it's conveyed in White Album 2 is realistic. And that's why I appreciate that. It takes conventions that we're used to in the romance genre and then makes you talk about them and think about them. And then the whole entirety, the most important aspects of White Album 2 happen after high school. Once the main character has been changed completely from his failed relationships and how romance is not what is depicted as shown in the media or shown in typical romance stories. He is living that life and he doesn't know how to move past it. And the negative consequences are showing themselves in a time period that's not shown enough in the anime medium or the visual novel medium, which is after high school, where we are right now as adults, right? Where we are trying to figure out our place in the world. It's not just all about high school, man. There's something that happens afterwards. What is it? And for this story, it's everything else, right? It's who I am as an adult. It's how do I fix the problems that happened to me in the past? How do I handle breakups? How do I handle this relationship, which I've hurt badly, right? And where do you go from there? And to me, I don't know the answer to that. And I'm willing to look at a writer's answer to that, which is why Album 2, the after parts, right? And I think it's really well written. I usually don't give a shit about romance. I really do not care. But I like the execution of that story. And so that's something I'll recommend to you. Now, if you really don't care about romance, and which I really don't blame you, okay? I understand. Then you can take up other recommendations as well, of which I would recommend... If you want something way more tense and way more thriller heavy, and also very experimental, then I would pick up Root Double. I've recommended it to a lot of people, but they have to understand that story is an experiment on how to handle plot without sacrificing character development. And if you don't know what that means, it means generally plot-heavy stories sacrifice something. What is that? Character development. Why? Because if you're focusing a lot on plot, such as we have to get to the train station right now before the bomb blows. Otherwise, a bunch of civilians will die, and the murderer will get away, right? Plot heavy as hell. During that rush to get to that train station, you have very little time to talk about character development. That's not easy to do. And Root Double tries to say, even though we are a thriller, we do not want to sacrifice character development. And by the end of that visual novel, if you don't know what everyone's favorite food is, their favorite movie, how they think about a situation, how they like freaking, I don't know, romance over horror and blah, 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 you'll probably know everything about them. And that's what they do. And that's a little bit much sometimes, but I have never read a visual novel that by the end of it, I could probably explain to you their thought processes and what they liked and what they did. That's like next level wow. Okay.
わかってるよ。今回の件でさすがに懲りた。
Romance tragedy, huh? Okay. Okay, so the main character feels safe enough to not live at the Alba clinic anymore. Same thing with Aramura. She said, I don't want to stay here anymore. See you later. She gave an excuse, too. This is not a good thing, though, if you ask me. They should wait a little bit longer just to double check.
やっぱりここは落ち着くな。
If Hana was a streamer, would she get a lot of viewers? I like her. She doesn't really commentate well, but I find her funny. Maybe.
Hi, ご苦労さんと。さて。1ヶ月目の恋人はどこまで許される？フレンチキス、それともディープキスまで OK。
Oh my god. I will say one thing, though. I'm kind of glad that he has this really awkward quirk of reading People's Magazine and taking it too seriously. What are you doing in here?
なあ、尾上。お前はどう思ってか、
私としては1ヶ月とかあんまり関係ないと思うんだよね。
Wait, what? How much can you get away with in your first month with a girl? French kissing or deep kissing, okay. How much can you get away with? I think it doesn't really matter what month it is, you know? Okay, so if you fully understood the topic of that article, then what are you saying?
いやいやいや、そんなことよりお前いつの間に。
ドアの鍵かかってなかったから。
See? Why? Lock your fucking door. There's a murder on the loose, or maybe not anymore.
だからって勝手に入ってくんな。ノックくらいしろよ。
でもノックは嫌かなと思って。
No, I mean, she's right. I mean, the murderer knocks in a very funky way.
タク怖がるかなって。
いいか、繰り返すようだが、この本はいつもゲンさんに押し売りされてるんだ。僕が好んで買ってるわけじゃないからな。そのあたり勘違いするなよ。
Why does it always do a zoom in on her chest? I mean, I'm not... Well, okay, I think I have an answer for that.
了解。のんちゃんには秘密にしとくね。
So is that a
ほ
school
ら待っ
uniform?
て
Looks
僕は
different.
そういうこと言ってるんじゃないからな。
それでタコはどうなの？
何が？
だからキスはどこまで OK？
何もしたこともないのにわかるか。
I mean, if you're asking for my answer for that, the reason why is, yes, the main character is a man, but also he's nervous and looking away, and so the camera transition is to show you where he's looking. Away, but still at her chest.
タコってば忘れちゃったの？
何をだ？
私としたのに、そのファーストキス。
Wait, really?
何
Those are her casual clothes. Well, she looks amazing in them. And wearing... Wow, casual clothes and wearing a tie? That's something else. Which reminds me, tomorrow, I have to go see an opera. Not have to, but I want to.
まずい。
まあ許してあげるよ。幼稚園の頃の話だし。
ってそんな昔の話かよ。びっくりさせんな。
Yeah, no kidding.
それより何しに来たんだ？家に帰ったんじゃないのか？
そうなんだけど、なんか少し寂しくなっちゃって、タクの顔を見に来たの。
は？
ほら、最近ずっとみんなで一緒にいたでしょ？もちろん怖い人に狙われたのはすごく嫌だったけど、それも、こういうこと言うとのんちゃんに怒られると思うから内緒だけど、私結構ドキドキしたよ。
そっか。
タクはどうだった？
僕か。僕はどうだろう。わからないな。
ふーん。
おい、重いからどけって。
重くないよ。失礼だな、君は。
What? What are you doing? No, what are you doing? Actually, I'm confused. She suddenly leaned over right on top of me and reached a hand. Oh, okay, I get it.
部室でも言ったけど、私また新しい事件を探したいな。あ、これなんかどう
？Okay. Bloody urban legends involving the abandoned buildings or upload photographs of ghosts in them.
こういうのはやり尽くされてるしな。あと背景の侵入って非合法だから、学校の部活でやるのは無理だと思う。
つまんないの。
ほら、そこで寝るなよ。早っ。おい、眠いんなら帰って寝ろよ。
今日は泊まってくからいい。
What?
何言ってんだ。僕の寝る場所がなくなるだろ。
大丈夫。私小さいからベッドで一緒に寝られるよ。
Sarika, please.
そんなわけいくか。あ。
Man, sleeping on the floor hurts your back, though. I can't do that. I can, but I'm just saying. Whatever, give her the futon. Is it an important call?
今頃なんだろう。新しい事件のネタでも見つけたのか。
Pick it up fast, dude. It could actually be a warning.
もしもし、どうした伊藤。
アットちゃん見たか？
Okay.
アットチャンネル？
とにかく見てみろ。ニュージェネ関連のスレならどこでもいい。
なんだよ一体。え？
Named Senri Minamisawa and Riko Haida.
警察が犯人を公表したのか？
違う。読んでみるとわかるが、どっかから情報が漏れたらしい。
Okay.
情報が漏れた。
Okay. Riko Haida, killer behind the return of the new generation attack, goes up in flames. Suicide? Murder? On the afternoon of the 24th, a temp worker named Riko, 18 years old, was found burnt to death inside her condo in Shibuya Ward. It was reported that she burnt herself to death in a suicide after having trouble at work. But sources close to the investigation say that she was a suspect in the return of the new generation murder cases. Madness cases, sorry. The police are considering the possibility that Riko was a false name and are trying to determine her real identity. However, her body is badly damaged and the investigation is proceeding slowly. Previous thread. Riko Haida, killer behind a return to... Okay. So, Riko is a fake name? We're sure the killer's Senri Minamisawa? Somebody let me know. The guys on /Crazy Girls are starting to track her down. By the way, the security camera footage of what we think is... Holy shit, why do you have that? And also the old photo, too. That photo is... That photo is personal, dude. She's got buddies? Of course, a girl couldn't do this all on her own. It sounds like she came from a religious orphanage. The people in the photo in 248 were her friends there. Seems like they're all doing this together. Crazy Girls is talking about the orphanage 252 mentioned. They're making calls already. Way to go. Call here at the Alba Clinic. That girl in the phone with Senri is totally my type. A cute girl like that's a killer? No. No, she's not. If nothing else, it looks like she was helping Minamisawa hide. Even if she didn't kill anyone herself, that's still abetting. There's a rumor she's the student council president at Hekiho Hat. Oh my god, that's a problem. That's a big problem. That means we're not going to be safe at the Alba Clinic, not just because possibly there's a murder out there, but because other people are harassing us.
Oi, なんだよこれ。
見つけたか？
くそ、情報弱者どもがろくに確かめもしないで何適当なこと書き込んでんだ。
And that Caruso is her every day in her conduct, which is bullshit. Well, I mean, I can't actually verify that, but I think it's bullshit. Interview. Here refers to the act of someone on the internet calling an individual or group for an unsolicited telephone. Interview. Used when someone or some group has done something wrong, and internet users call them en masse to question them or complain. Supposedly done out of a sense of justice or righteous anger, but in fact, many people do this just for fun or because everyone else is doing it. Well, that's kind of fucked up. Okay, I know exactly what that is.
ふざけるなよ。事件がやっと終わったっていうのに、何なんだよこれ。
どうしたのタ
切るぞ伊藤。クルスに電話してみる。
いや、俺も電話してみたがダメだった。副部長は電源を切ってる。
分かった。直接アワリを言ってみる。
You should probably go Circa just to be safe.
ああ、俺も行く。向こうで落ち合おう。
尾上、悪いがちょっと留守番しててくれ。
やだよ。のんちゃんに何かあったんでしょ。私も連れてって。
マスゴミめ、もう来てるのか。いい加減にしろよ。
ねえ、ちょっといいかな。君らはもしかしてここの子？
はい。何がですか？
だからここに住んでる子？
違います。すみません。通してください。
じゃあ友達かな。クルスノノって子知ってる？
知りません。
それじゃあさ、南沢千里っていう名前に心当たりはないかな。
ネットで見なかった。例の猟奇殺人の犯人らしいんだけどね。
だからほんと知らないです。僕たちアウバインに薬をもらいに来ただけですから。僕だよ。尾上もいる。
Wow, this must really suck.
よ、おかえり。
Oh yeah, so if you don't know, Alba Clinic doubles as an orphanage.
こんばんは、佐久間先生。なんか大変ですね。
まあな、こんなのは初めてだからどうしていいのやら。
Hey, just to verify something. Okay, so hang on. Jun Maeda, he was originally a composer, but he's now the writer for key works, right?
クルスはどうしてる？
I didn't know he was originally a composer. No, that's not true. I remember something about him doing music. Oh, well, I must have forgotten.
意外と言っちゃかわいそうだが、割と塞ぎ込んでる。あいつにしては珍しい。
It would be kind of mean to say I find it surprising, but he's pretty depressed. Oh, yeah, okay.
早く言ってやれ。タクルたちの顔を見れば少しは元気になるだろう。
はい。
ただいま。
こんばんは。
タクルにセリカさん、よかった、来てくれて。
ああ。大丈夫か、クルス？
心配して来てくれたの？ありがとう。
ああ、伊藤も来るってさ。
そう。そんなところに立ってないで座ったら？
あ、そうだな。
うん。
クルスさん、お茶新しくしましょうか。
Honestly, that's not a bad idea. What time is it? 3:37 in the morning. Okay, hang on, guys. Let me grab something to drink, and I'll be right back, okay? Ow, man. Yeah, I could definitely stay up for more. I mean, after all, my sleep schedule is all kind of screwed up. Besides, I actually really like reading this, and streaming this at night is probably the most preferable time I can do this. Things are less hectic, I get to think more, and, well, I just enjoy doing this at night. Alright, thank you, Roxas. I hope to see you again, man. You should join our Discord if you haven't already. Our Discord is below the video that you're watching right now in the info section. I might be a little bit too late to tell you that, though.
Na, Krus. あんまり気にすんなよ。アットチャンネルなんて秋っぽい奴らばっかりだ。人の噂も75日とか言うけど、75日も持たない。多分1ヶ月もしないうちにみんな忘れると思う。だから、その間だけちょっと我慢すれば。
私のことはいいの。何を言われても別に構わないわ。でも、私の大切な人たちや大切な家に迷惑がかかるのが許せない。
ののね、平気だよ。私なら全然平気。
僕も大丈夫だから。
ゆうと、でも学校でいじめられたりしたら。
そんなの気にならないよ。
っていうか、ユウをいじめるようなやつがいたら、私がただじゃおかないから。
ごめんね。
どうしてのの姉が謝るの？
何も悪いことしてないのに。
そうだよ、謝ることないよ、のんちゃん。
That's a very fair question. That's extremely confidential information. First, that video cam footage, which only the police and Mio should have, and Aramura, but she deleted it, unless she had another copy, or some other source has it, or a hacker has it, I guess. But the photo, though, that's very peculiar. How did they get the photo? Because the only photo that we've seen of that is on level No, I believe.
Huh?
But yeah, how many copies of that photo exist? The one of Senri, the other student council guy, and No. Because if only one copy exists, how did it get on our internet? Kawahara had a copy of it. Who is Kawahara again? Kawahara. Miyakuno Sato. Hana... What's her last name?
まるで誰かがそう仕向けてるような。
Nono and Senri's dude, a student council dude. Okay. So, Nono and the student council dude had a copy of it. Okay. I don't know. Maybe they put it up on Facebook or something. Which is possible, but for some reason I don't think that's the case. But maybe it did.
それってどういうことだ。くそ、全然わからない。
タク？どうしたの？
早く出てくれよ。早く。
ああ、宮代君？ちょうどよかった。今電話しようと。
どうしておかしな情報が漏れてるんです？
ネットの件か。今、サイバー対策課が調べてる。もう少し待ってくれ。
警察から漏洩したんじゃないんですか？
それも含めて今調査中だ。
Sorry if there's no commentary. I'm kind of eating right now.
それより、君は今どこにいる？
青葉寮ですけど。
ちょうどよかった。いいか、よく聞け。これは君たちの命に関わる重大な話だ。
Well, okay.
俺も君たちも大変な勘違いをしていたんだ。皮肉な話だが、ネットに情報が漏れたおかげで判明した。君や有村さんを襲ったパイロキネシスト、あれは南沢千里じゃなかった。
I'm not surprised. Neither should you be.
南沢千里じゃなかった。
あ。
じゃあ誰なんです？
灰田莉子だ。
Okay, so there we go, right? Senri Minamisawa isn't Riko Haida. That isn't... Riko Haida isn't an alias. That's her actual name. There we go.
はあ？それって偽名じゃ。
そう。俺たちは灰田莉子というのが偽名で、偽の身元だとばかり思っていた。でも、ネット上に彼女を実際に知っているという情報がいくつも書き込まれているのを見つけたんだ。最初はただのデマだと思ったんだが、一応その書き込みをもとに彼女の故郷と言われる場所を地元警察に洗ってもらった。その結果、灰田莉子の実在が確認された。
そんな。
Hang on, pronounce her name again? This is like from my own knowledge.
その結果、灰田莉子の実在が確認された。
Okay, so it's not Haida, it's Haida. Okay.
マンションで見つかった焼死体の歯の治療痕も地元の歯科医の記録と完全に一致した。間違いない。俺たちが南沢千里だと決めつけていたパイロキネシストは灰田莉子という全くの別人だったんだよ。
ちょっと待ってください。
見つけた。
それならどうして僕は狙われたんだ。
Oh, I can think of a reason. Mind control, which I'm not actually joking. I'm not joking. She was sent by the actual mastermind to kill you, is really what I'm saying here.
もしもし、宮代君、聞いてるか？
はい。
さっき灰田理子の検視結果がようやく出た。死亡推定時刻は10月23日の未明から昼頃にかけてだ。
She died sometime between early morning and afternoon on October 23rd, which would mean that would be not on the 24th, which clarifies that someone actually did die on the 23rd.
10月23日？
そうだ。その時間帯に彼女はすでに死んでいた。
でも23日の夜、僕はカフェで襲われたんですよ。
これは久野里さんの説だが、君を襲ったのは灰田理子本人じゃない。多分別の能力者が灰田理子の妄想を君に見せただけだ。それしか説明がつかない。
別の能力者
Okay, so hang on there. He said this as the explanation. Kunosato's theory is that it wasn't Riko, which is what I think too, who attacked you. It was probably another psychic who created the illusion of Riko Haida that you saw. It's the only explanation. Okay, so the only psychic that I know who can force you to see images is... So, I don't want to think she did that. But, you know, it could be someone else too, but...
灰田理子の頭部はかなり損壊していて、すぐにわからなかったんだが、脳に肥大化の痕跡が発見された。おそらく彼女は思考を操られ、自分で自分を串刺しにした挙句、さらに自身の体を燃やしたんだ。
Okay, well, there you go.
この異常な手口も他の被害者と共通している。
That's my thought too. Right, the victims are mind controlled. Whether that means I actually fully control you or I just like mess with your vision or something.
じゃあ真犯人は10月23日に能力者である灰田理子を惨殺したということになる。
そうだ。スケジュール通りにな。
And as we know, that started weeks ago.
ってことは
ニュージェネの狂気の再来は23日で途切れてなんかいなかったんだ。事件はまだ続いている。
Well, shit. What time is it? Is it like 2 minutes before midnight? In which case it'll be 29th. You'll be okay.
気をつけろ、宮代君。多分誰かが狙われてる。
Also, Arimura isn't here, by the way. Also, the little girl with glasses also isn't here, and she's a psychic too.
新庄さん、僕たちどうしたら。
とにかく一人になるな。君のところに今後輩を向かわせてる。
I hate to say this, but that still reeks of incompetence, right? You shouldn't have assumed the murders were over anyway, Mr. Shinjo. You should have sent an officer a long time ago. Hey, there's this murder that's supposed to happen on the 28th. We should make sure that our buddy boy there doesn't get killed.
俺は有村さんの家へ行って彼女を保護する。その足で君らのところへ向かうから。
Okay, whatever. I'll let it go. No, I won't let it go. That's stupid.
はい、お願いします。
I mean, it fits in line with everything, but fuck, man. I hate the police in this visual novel.
何かしていないと、つい悪いことばかり考えてしまって。 どうかしたの？
I mean, we could try something funky. We could get into one of the vans that I'm assuming there's a van out there, right? We've seen several vans. Hey, news reporter person, we'll go into your van and give you an exclusive story. But the deal is, please get us away from here as fast as possible. I mean, that's an option. Do it.
ユイたちはどうした？
I mean, what's the likelihood of one of those reporters being a murderer?
ウキちゃんと一緒に佐久間先生のお手伝い。今日はもう委員を閉めるんでお掃除をしに下へ行ったよ。
そっか。
A commotion?
尾上、クルスのこと頼む。何があっても絶対にそばを離れないでやってくれ。絶対にだぞ。
What? That wasn't okay.
ねえタクル、何かあったのなら教えて。
後でちゃんと話すから。とにかく任せたぞ、尾上。
オッケ
ー。Yes!
OK。
父さんとユイは？
父さん、外でマスコミの人と喧嘩してる。
喧嘩？
はい。委員の窓から中を隠し撮りしようとした人がいたんです。それで佐久間先生が怒って外へ。
So the only person we do not have here right now is Arimura.
ユイも父さんと一緒なのか？
え、お姉ちゃん？お姉ちゃんならさっきタクル兄ちゃんのところへ行ったでしょ？
何？いや、来てないぞ。
Oh, that's a problem.
でも確かに寮へ上がっていきました。
そんなバカな。
Well, don't wait. Go. I would also scream her name.
ユイ!
Thank you.
どこだ、ユイ!
Oh, fuck. Okay, that's not good.
いつもはきちんと鍵がかかってるはずなのに。
Jason! Has anyone directly ever talked to Serica? Yes, the main character as well as Nono.
そんなはずないよ。さっき伊藤さんが来て。
伊藤？
はい。それでユイさんは伊藤さんと上へ行ったんです。
You know what? I'll double check for you, but I'm pretty sure the answer is yes.
伊藤と一緒なんだな。ユイ一人じゃなくて。
But if you're suspicious of Serica, I am as well.
はい。
そうか。
I mentioned multiple reasons why.
とにかく伊藤に電話してみる。
Wait, that's not true. Not everyone's talked to Serica. The only person who hasn't talked to Serica is me!
Bullshit!
Fuck, man. I saw this Serica keychain that's sold out. I really want that thing. It's so cute. Also, Kunosato talked to Serica. I specifically remember that.
ユイと伊藤君が？ どこ行っちゃったんだろ
もしもし、伊藤か？
ああ、宮代。
お前どこにいるんだ？
どこってコンビニから帰るところだよ。買い出ししてきたんだ。
ユイは一緒なのか？
You know, the funny thing is I know where most of these buttons on my soundboard are placed, for example.
Bullshit! Fuck!
But I don't know what all the buttons are because I've recorded them and I forgot what they do.
You never see it
Okay, that was for Persona 5. That was also for Persona 5.
What a douche.
That's also from Persona 5.
Just do it quick.
That's also from Persona 5.
Impossible.
That's not from Persona 5. Okay. Okay, I remember the buttons now.
そばにいるけど。
そうか。お前な、コンビニに行くなら誰かに断ってからにしろよ。ユイまで連れ出してみんな心配してんだぞ。
確かにそうだったな。悪い悪い。
とにかく急いで戻ってきてくれ。ユイが危険かもしれないんだ。
それなら大丈夫だろう。ユイちゃんに何かあったら俺が手術して治してやるからさ。
Sorry, what? Please be very clear what the fuck you're saying, Shinji.
あ
？Well, I was joking about how Ito was possibly the traitor, but
You never see it Bullshit! 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 Fuck! Just do it. Fuck! You're done. Bullshit! You're not surprised.
okay, anyway. Like, I legitimately said, maybe Ito is the traitor. It was a joke, though.
おい、伊藤、今のユイの声じゃないのか？
Maybe Ito is
何やってんだ？
mind controlled. Yeah, maybe.
あのさ、俺いつか佐久間先生みたいな医者になろうと思ってたんだよな。
Hell, man. Maybe they're doing a play. Maybe they're acting out.
だから何してんだよお前。
やっぱコンビニで買ったナイフじゃ切れ味が悪いな。確かに痛いだろうこれじゃ。
おい伊藤、何冗談言ってんだ。ユイを電話に出せ。おい
宮代、お前さ、急いで持ってきてくれないか？ちゃんと切れるメスと麻酔薬。あと骨を切るノコギリみたいなのなかったっけ？これじゃユイちゃんがかわいそうだ。
Oh no. Ito.
ユイ、ユイ、どうしたんだユイ。
Okay, anyway, so is Ito really the traitor or is he mind controlled? Is the next question that we have in our mind. The next thing is if he's not mind controlled, right? Then what did the story give you as indication that he's the traitor? For now, let's just keep going on with the story and we'll figure out solutions to those questions later.
What? なんだよ。どうして伊藤が。
タクル、ユイがどうかしたの？
Also, there's the fact that, I mean, this could be a delusion, but I'm not really ready to say that yet.
なんか悲鳴みたいなの聞こえたけど。タクル兄ちゃん。 タクル。
クルス、電話だ。新庄さんにとにかくで。このままじゃユイが殺される。ユイ、どこだ。何でもいいから声を出せ、ユイ。
We have no idea.
どうしたの君。
何かあったのかい。
さっきここから誰か出て行きませんでしたか。
Actually, this might honestly be the first time in which they could be helpful. This, yeah, go.
僕くらいの男と、あともう少し若い女の子です。知りません。
あの二人かな。インタビューしようとしたら無視されたけど。
どっちへ行きました。
確かあっちだと思うけど。
君。
ユイ、糸、どこだ。糸、お前なんで、どうして。待て。
もし他に犯人がいるなら23日だって南沢千里に代わってそいつが事件を起こしたはずだろ。
Yeah, I wasn't ready to make that conclusion yet.
けど実際は何も起こらなかったってことは、この可能性は消えたってことじゃないのかな。もうやめようぜ。なんつうかさ、副部長が辛いと思うんだ。俺、
僕が別の能力者の可能性を完全に排除してしまったのはあの時だ。
Yeah, but okay, whatever. I'll let it go.
伊藤はクリスのことを引き合いに出して僕に考える間も与えずに重大なメモを剥がして捨てた。それじゃあれはわざと。ユイ、伊藤。ここどこだ。
I looked around and saw that I was in a residential area of Shibuya. Okay. Interesting. Well, well.
おい、ユイ、いるのか、ユイ。
だこれ。
Wow, that's messed up.
答えろよ、糸！どうしてだって？お前さ、なんであの時助けなかったんだ？
あの時
なんで見捨てたんだ？
捨てたって。
誰って。千にはあんなに苦しんでただろうが！ああ、どうだ！自分の大切なものを失う気分は、自分の無力さを思い知りながら後悔に苛まれる気分は。
彼女は俺にとってかけがえのない存在だった。それをお前は見殺しにしたんだ。でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。お前
次は宮代の番だ。よく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたか？それがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ。ゆいちゃんみたいにな。
Wow, this is really convenient that you happen to find me in this very random location. Okay, let's keep reading through this, and then I want to ask the chat a question. In fact, I'll ask the question now. Don't answer it, just think about it. Besides the very recent event in which he asked me to take down those... Well, I didn't take it down. He took it down. To take down those sticky notes regarding the murderer. What other indications existed in the visual novel that made this event foreshadowed? As in, what were the clues that Ito was the killer? And if there were clues, what were they? Don't answer this now. Answer it later. I'll tell you when. And then the next question that you have to consider is this Ito's intention? Or was he mind-controlled? Is Ito the actual main culprit? And we'll see where that goes, I guess. For now, I'm thinking in the back of my head all these questions that I just asked you. Yeah, it was really convenient that we found Yui. And it was really convenient that Nono found me. Or maybe it's not convenient and we should leave right now.
伊藤君、何をしているの？
ダメだ、来るな。
Also, this could not be real. We don't know. Like, we'll just have to figure this out as we go.
これ何？タクル。ゆいはどうしたの？ねえ、ゆいは？
ああ、ほら、気をつけなよ副部長。その箱を一つでも踏み潰したらゆいちゃんを組み立てられなくなる。
嘘でしょ。こんなの嘘。絶対に嘘。
だから副部長、勝手に触らないでくれよ。ゆいちゃんが綺麗に見えるよう芸術的に詰めたんだから。
どうして
全部宮代が悪いんだよ。南沢千里を苦しめたから。その復讐さ。
千里の復讐？
そうだよ。千里はもっと痛かったろう。苦しかったろう。しかも実験が辛くて死にたいと思っても死ねなかった。ゆいちゃんなんてまだ幸せだよ。
ごめんなユイ、僕がお前を事件に巻き込んだばっかりに。お前よ。
What?
殺させない！タクルは私が殺させない！
やめろクルス、やめろ、殺される！この野郎！テレス、もういい、離れよ！離せ！離せ！大丈夫か、テレス？
副部長、恨むんなら宮代を恨むんだな。あの時こいつが千里を見捨てていなければ、俺だってこんな事件を起こすこともなかった。なあ、宮代。全ての事件の元凶は宮代だったんだ。お前が追いかけてたはずのニュージェネの狂気の再来事件は、実はみんなお前を追い詰めるために俺が起こしてたんだ。
Okay, that's... I don't believe that. Okay, so... Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I don't believe that. This whole case was Miyashiro's fault. Sure, I'll give you that. I was behind the whole thing. Maybe? The entire point of the Return of the New Generation Madness was to destroy him. That doesn't make sense. You want to kill this guy? You go straight for him. Why did you waste your time killing everyone else? You were standing right there with him the entire time. Did you want to kill this guy? You could have been, hey, buddy, how you doing, man? One of my favorite things to do in high school is to drink. Let's go out to the bar and have a couple of beers. But, Shinji, we're too young to have beers. Nah, man, it's okay. Let's have a fun night in the town, right? Here, have a beer. It'll be your last, right? There, Ted. Why'd you stop me, Shinji? I thought we were friends. First, we're not friends. Remember that time way back in the day when you ditched Senri Minamisawa? Yeah, getting back for you for that. Shit, should've known. There's never a good Shinji.
Bullshit!
Okay, so this entire time I'm watching the scene, I'm going like, what indicators are there that that are telling me that, yeah, Shinji's the mastermind? Or like, what indications existed before him taking down the sticky notes and going like, hey, viewers, look at me, I'm the killer. Okay, so I don't recall, I legitimately do not recall anything prior to this chapter in which it was very obvious that, hey guys, look at me, I'm the killer. Now, part of that could be the author doing very well in disguising the fact that Shinji's actually the killer. Or Shinji's not really the mastermind, in which case I'm leaning towards that right now. Heavily, very heavily.
そんなことも調べられないで何が情報強者だよ。すげえ滑稽だぜ宮代。
Okay, so in my opinion, even though I'm not ready to 100% say this yet, I don't legitimately think that there was enough evidence, text-wise, or visual evidence, to indicate that Shinji was the true mastermind of all these events. And I think that this situation that we're seeing right now is a load of bollocks, okay? It's balls, it's bullshit. I'm not saying that this event isn't real. I think, unfortunately, Yui's dead. And I think Shinji is a bit of a loony right now. But that's okay, because there's more to this, right? We're only on chapter 7 out of 11 that I know exist for the common route. Yeah, he could have stuck a Suma sticker in the cafe. It's possible, but I've given other options for that too. Also, as far as I'm aware, Shinji doesn't have red eyes. Unless this is just a artistic interpretation of when someone kills someone, they have red eyes. Honestly, for a mystery visual novel, I wouldn't... If I were the author, and I had an artist right next to me, and they said, "Hey, Koopa, should I draw red eyes for Shinji?" And I'm like, "What? Why?" "Because he's the killer." "Huh? Why?" "Because when people kill each other, they have red eyes." "What? Why?" So is that an artistic decision, or is that a visual indicator? What does it mean? Why do you have red eyes?
Huh? クルス。
嘘よ。伊藤君の言ってることはみんなデタラメじゃない。
Okay, no, please tell me more.
はあ？
あなたは誰？伊藤君にこんなことをさせて。どこかで私たちを嘲笑っているのは一体誰なの？
クルス。
見てるのは分かってるのよ。私の大切な妹をこんな姿にしたあなたは一体誰？
どういうことだ、クルス？
伊藤君は千里のことなんて知らない。誰かにそう思い込まされてるだけ。
Yeah, exactly. I was a little bit confused by that too. Like, how the fuck do you know Senri unless it's like super background information?
はあ？何言ってんだよ。俺は大好きだった千里のために復讐を。
I mean, I was going to say, could I ask you a question, Shinji? But that wouldn't be a natural thing to do. You just killed my sister. I wouldn't be like, hey, you just killed my sister. By the way, how do you know Senri?
だからそんなの嘘。私は千里と一緒にずっと過ごしてきたのよ。千里はあなたに会ったことなんてない。なのに復讐なんてありえない。
バカなこと言うなよ。俺は千里を愛してたんだ。だから千里のために。
それも全部デタラメよ。千里はあなたなんて絶対に知らない。だからあなたが千里を愛しているはずがない。
違う。伊藤。
Well, it feels good to be on the right track. Okay.
Idai. 頭が割れる。おい、伊藤君。やめろ。
ダメよ、伊藤君。
離せリアシロ。俺は千里を見捨てたお前が許せない。だって俺は千里のことを。千里って誰だ？南沢千里。そうだ、犯人だ。宮代を狙った殺人犯。気をつけろ宮代。あの女はまた襲ってくるぞ。千里はお前を恨んでるんだ。だってお前はあの子を見捨てたんだからな。だから俺がこうして復讐してやったんだ。だからゆいちゃんが死んだのもお前のせい。いや、俺がゆいちゃんをこんなにしたのかよ。俺が伊藤。待てよ、俺がゆいちゃんにこんなこと。俺ゆいちゃんのこといつもいい子だなって思ってて、宮代とも仲が良くてちょっと羨ましいなって。でもそうか、
俺が殺したんだ。
だって千里のためだもんな。
で、千里って誰だっけ？
Wow. Where do we go from here? That is something malicious. Yeah, and we had that conversation, I think it was last night, right? About how I think the scariest commonly accepted Esper ability is mind control. Well, here we go. Okay, so how do we go about this? First, we have to report this to the incompetent police that our sister got killed. Nono and now I believe that Shinji is certainly not the main culprit behind this. But I can't convince that to the police. So how do we go about this?
Yui.
I don't have an answer for this. I'll just have to walk it through the visual novel. It's the fucking police. Are you kidding me? No, it's the paparazzi. Sorry. I would prefer the police.
ダメだよ、タクルに。ののねって本当はまだ子供なんだから、タクル兄が支えてあげなくっちゃ。ね。
Okay, so the question now is... Shit, what is the question now? How would I go about this situation is what I'm asking myself. Okay. Well, first, out of complete respect for the fact that Yui's dead, we should exactly handle that. What's the date in the game right now? 4 days after that happened. I think it was the 24th. No, it was the 28th. So 4 days after. What month were we in? We're in October? Okay, so the 1st of November, right? Is the 1st of November right now? Okay, when's the next murder? The next murder, I think, is on the 2nd or the 4th. Come on, there's no way the murder is going to be tomorrow. That's fucking ridiculous. That would be, like, no breathing room whatsoever in terms of story structure, too. Okay, so... The first thing to do is to inform everyone who is relevant to this case that mind control is a thing. And to get as many details out as possible about how it worked. And then... It sucks for Shinji, because there's no real way I can think of how to explain and plea for his innocence. He's going to be put into jail. I can't tell the police, who are fucking incompetent, that my friend got mind controlled. That won't work. Unless I start unveiling absolutely everything about psychics. So the question is, do I unveil everything about psychics to make him safe? And then, will that ruin everything that we have come to try to do to save everyone else? Okay, so that's one of my options. The other option is not do that, in which case he's screwed. Even then, I don't know how I can, like, help that guy. Or even if he wants help. Or if he's dead. If he's dead, that thing is not even available anymore. Okay, so now I'm here. Tell everyone information about the mind control. So now that everyone's aware of the mind control, how do we handle that? I need to talk to Mio about that. What do you know about this? And stop being so quiet. My sister is dead. You can't be so cold to say that you won't give me information after my own family member is dead. I would be, like, really shocked if she is that cold. That's it. That's how I would go about it. That's what I'm thinking in my head right now. Okay, so let's just go on with the visual novel and see where we go.
今の火葬場ってさ、フィルターとか通してクリーンな煙しか出さないんだってな。
Clean smoke.
不思議ね。
ん？
あんなに悲しくて涙が止まらなかったのに、今はもう平気なの。お葬式の費用のこととか、お墓をどうしようとか、そんなこと普通に考えてる。私ってきっと薄情なんだわ。
No, I don't think that's the case whatsoever for Nono. Even the most kind people and empathetic people will get desensitized to violence. And we grow tired by having all these terrible things happen to us. That doesn't mean you're a worse person.
Yeah. クルス以外にそういうのを仕切れる人がいないからだよ。父さんも気が。
そうかな。
そうだよ。
The biggest problem is I think that when you experience such a catastrophic loss like this, you need time to recover and to think about it and how it has and will influence your future, right? But we're not going to get that time, so that's unfortunate. Which means, logically, a lot of our thoughts are going to be even more rambled, I guess, is one way to look at it. It's kind of a cold way of looking at it, but the unfortunate thing is we have to try to prevent this from happening again. Oh, well, Lindobu, you just popped in. A family member got murdered, and we saw it on the stream, and it was very, very graphic.
Takuru.
You know, I'm thinking, because you can use this moment to try to convince Nono to completely invest herself in the investigation to find the murderer. But I don't know if that's a good choice to make. She would logically want to help me with this, but it seems like something I wouldn't morally want to do because I want her to recover and I want us to figure it out.
葬儀が終わったら少し休むといいわ。あなたひどい顔してる。
Well, obviously the main character is probably suffering from this too.
それはお互い様だ。お前だってちゃんと休んでないだろ。
だって 夜眠れないんだもの。恐ろしい夢ばかり見てしまって。何回も飛び起きて。
You know, now I'm kind of wondering, is the visual novel gonna push me down the common route, and I'm not gonna have any hope?
ね。
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's just what I'm thinking too. I don't know. This doesn't seem like a good situation to be in. Maybe I can't save everyone.
一晩だけでいいから、今度タクルの部屋で寝ちゃダメかな。
But at the same time, I kind of have an idea on how to solve. Okay, so I have a thought in my head, which I won't say because it might ruin your experience of how this is going through. But I think the visual novel from this point on until I'm done with my very first run of this game is going to be nothing but us failing over and over and over again.
Huh?言うと、僕が必ず本当の犯人を見つけ出してやるからな。約束する。
Okay, there's one major thing that I haven't mentioned, which won't ruin your experience of this game. I'm experiencing it just now. There's no spoilers in which I'm saying. They're all just theories, okay? But, if the person who okay, at this point, 100%, we're pretty fucking sure that Ito was mind-controlled, okay? The person who mind-controlled Ito clearly has an investment with Senri Minamisawa, okay? So, most likely, the person who's the culprit behind all of this has some type of connection with Senri. The question's what? Otherwise, the murder was just like, hey, Ito, I'm gonna mind control you. Okay, buddy. And I'm saying, say the reason why you're killing his sister is because of Senri. He could have, the murderer could have done that, but I don't think that's something that you would leave hanging in the air as a writer. As a writer, if that is something that I would put into a story, I would make that actually connected because it adds extra layers to the story. So that's not like something that would logically happen if this existed in real life, but it's something that you would do as a writer. So that's a little unfair if you're trying to break down a mystery, but that's something that you can do.
言うと大丈夫かな。
クルスや父さんもいるし、何より山添がずっとそばについてるから。
The loss of Ito's sister had brought back his PTSD. Yep. Holy shit, how do we handle this, man? Our family is falling apart. Understandably, I don't know how to handle this after... Even if we solve the murder, and let's say, like, I didn't know the structure of this story. I don't know how to handle the fact that our family is pretty screwed up right now.
不思議な巡り合わせだな。
Yeah, if the killer had zero investment regarding Senri, right? So let's say I'm the killer. I don't give a shit about Senri. Why would I tell Ito to say, hey, kill the sister and mention Senri? The only thing I can think of is, hey, mention Senri to throw him off the trail. I actually have no investment with Senri whatsoever, Go kill the sister and say you're involved with Senri. That's one option. But I don't think that's the case, but it's possible. It could be influence and not total control. Who knows? Like we're not entirely sure what's happening here yet.
あのね、タクル。そのウキちゃんのことだけど。ん？よかったらでいいんだけどね。そろそろ名前で呼んであげてくれないかな。
僕は別に構わないけど、山添はそれでいいのか?
Okay, so start from here. He's got you and Dad and more than anything else, Uki's with him all the time. The loss of Yuto's sister had brought back his PTSD. Okay, I'm already here. He'd been given special permission to leave the house to attend Yui's funeral, but normally he wasn't even allowed to sleep in his room. Dad decided to put him up in the room in Alba Clinic. It's strange how it worked out, huh? It was Uki Yamazoe who was doing everything she could to take care of him. So she has usurped Yui's role in his life. Somewhat. It seemed like the reason we saved her and brought her to Alba dorm was so that she, Yui's old friend, could take care of him in his hour of need. It's convenient, but it feels like that. When I told her that Cruza looked sad, it's just a coincidence, was all she said. Which means that she doesn't want to replace Yui's memory by saying that. Even though it is very empathetic, please do not say that she is gone. Listen, Takeru, about Uki, huh? If you don't mind, could you start calling her by her first name? Call her by her first name. To show a sense of closeness. I felt that pain in the back of my chest again. Yeah, okay, so you're going back to how you don't call... I switched from calling her Nono to Kurusu. Okay, so you stopped calling her her first name, which I recall being a major thing.
実はウキちゃんがね、そう言ってたの。みんなに名前で呼んでもらって嬉しいって。なんだか、うちの家族になれたみたいだって。でも、ウキちゃんには家族みたいじゃなくて、本当の家族になってほしいなって、そう思うから。ね。
わかった。山添じゃなくて、ウキな。了解。
Okay, so, this isn't that crazy, but even in his head, he still calls her by her last name, which is the person in front of you. The way that might have worked the best was, alright, no, I'll call her by her first name because I think she's family. And then that would be, if I'm calling her by her first name and I just called you by your first name, you're also family. That would be like the connection that you could make there. But Takeru is not that good and suave when it comes to language.
ありがとう。彼女にも言っておくわ。タクルのこと名前で呼んでいいって。
Even after the sister's death, she's still taking up a pretty heavy role.
ああ。あと、それだったらさ。
Which isn't exactly fair, but I have a lot of respect that she's doing that.
ん?
There we go.
宮代君、クルスさん。
Okay, so he got interrupted.
はい。
You know, I could blame this guy. I honestly thought that him not calling out the fact that there isn't 100% a chance that the murderer has stopped is on him. But I don't know. Do you feel the same way I did? That, hey guys, the murderer might not be finished yet. We should still cover our tracks, and that didn't happen.
すまない。葬儀に出ようと思ってたんだが、間に合わなかったみたいだね。
Like, I might give the pass to the main character. He's a high school student. But this guy, his job is to do what I just said.
そんな、気を使わなくていいですよ。お仕事相変わらず忙しいんでしょ？
今日は病院での検査に思ったより時間がかかってしまって。
Do I feel like blaming someone right now? That won't be productive. In fact, this might be the event in which he fully becomes really competent as a detective. He was showing changes before, but he failed at a really crucial time.
検査？
伊藤君のだよ。
Okay, where are we going with this?
意識が戻ったんですか？
合わせてください。お願いします。
いや、依然昏睡状態のままだ。
Did you do an MRI scan to see his brain and see if it was enlarged?
でも脳の検査結果は予想通りだったよ。
Perfect.
肥大化が？
ああ、大脳新皮質が異常に大きくなっている。久野里さんの見立てだと、これまでに見たどんな患者よりひどいそうだ。
Okay, so we have a pretty much confirmed lead right now, and we have a defense for Ito in case he gets prosecuted.
それだけ長期間にわたって、しかも強力な思考誘導を受けていたんだろうと久野里さんは言っている。
Okay, for a very long time. Can you compare it to Rico's brain and then see the differences in size? If Rico's brain is more enlarged in that particular area than Ito's, the implication is that she was mind-controlled longer. But if Ito's brain is more enlarged in that particular area than Rico's, the implication is that he's been mind-controlled for very long. So since the beginning of this month, if I recall correctly, Rico was mind-controlled. A month. So now the question is, how long has Shinji been mind-controlled? Longer than a month?
じゃあ、伊藤は無実ということになりますよね。
In which case, wow, that murderer had us good since the very fucking beginning of the game. Yeah, it's pretty fair. She was burned really badly. In which case, if there is no MRI scan, or you can just open up her brain and take a look, then, you know, maybe not. If that's the case, then it sucks. We don't have that comparison, right?
君たちの言うように、彼の後ろには誰かがいるはずだ。少なくとも俺はそう思う。ただ、実行犯が伊藤君であることに変わりはない。君たちや俺や久野里さんなら、思考誘導がいかに強力なものか理解できるし、伊藤君には罪がないと言い切れるが。
Okay, so right now, the only way for me to make Ito seem innocent to society at large is to oust the hospital and the human experiments and to make it very obvious this thing actually existed. The problem is we can't find them anymore.
他の捜査員や検察、それに裁判所はそうはいかない。無論世間もだ。もちろんクルスさんの証言をもとに彼が洗脳のようなものを受けていたという線で捜査を進めているが、捜査員はみんな混乱してしまっている。とにかく不可解な点が多い上に裏付けすら取りようのないことばかりだ。すべてが常識の範疇を超えている。かといってギガロマニアックスだの超能力だの、そんな話をするわけにもいかないだろう。そのせいもあって今の捜査方針に疑問を抱き始めている連中が増えてきた。伊藤君に不利な証拠もいろいろと出てきてしまっていてね。
どういうことですか、それ。
例えば、なくしたはずの君のスマホから伊藤君のスマホに脅迫まがいの無言電話があったろ。
はい。え？
Sorry, what? Do you remember the threatening call that Ito got from your phone after you lost it? I do.
単純なトリックだった。彼のスマホに偽の着信と電話番号を表示するアプリがインストールしてあって、宮代くんの名前と電話番号が登録されていたよ。
Man, that's really well done. Okay.
Huh?
That explains it. Yeah, I didn't think of that either. You know what? They got me there.
あと、彼のパソコンから妙なチャットの履歴が見つかってね。
チャット？
君たち、エド・ルーカスって名前に聞き覚えはないか？
Nope. Whoosh. Unless that was the name of the person that was in the conversation in the chat rooms, talking to Amy. But for the most part, whoosh. Oh, it is. Okay.
エド・ルーカス。
誰です、それ。
それじゃあ、アミーちゃんは？
Okay, well, I know that one.
あ、それなら。
都市伝説の。
いや、そのアミーちゃんじゃない。伊藤君のパソコンを調べたら、そういうハンドルネームの2人が頻繁にチャットを行っていたんだ。エド・ルーカスというのが伊藤君だ。
Okay, I'm gonna do the really stupid thing of spelling the name backwards and see if there's a name that I need to know. Sakul di. Okay, no, so you don't have that dumb thing. It could be an anagram. How about... Kalu's Ed.
チャットの内容は一連の殺人や宮代君を監視しているような内容ばかり。犯行動機として十分すぎるくらいのね。
Wasn't the bleeding from her eyes a symptom of his eyes, a symptom of him fighting back? Maybe. I know that we got eyes that were bleeding after the event that happened at the cafe. I know that Aramura had her eyes bleeding when she was in the Love Hotel. So, unfortunately, it seems that Aramura doesn't really remember much from the Love Hotel, which I'll just let that go, it's fine. And I'm having trouble figuring out the blood from the eyes thing entirely.
そんな。
でも、そのチャット相手を操作すれば、真犯人の手がかりに。
もちろん、サイバー犯罪対策課に調べさせたよ。その結果、アミーちゃんは存在しなかった。
What do you mean?
は？
どういうことですか？
アミーちゃんの正体も伊藤君だったんだ。彼は
そんなバカな。
どうして？
これは久野里さんの説だが、伊藤君の心は長期にわたる思考誘導のせいですでに壊れていたんじゃないかと。だが法廷で思考誘導という能力の存在が認められない以上、非常にまずい証拠になる。犯人しか知り得ない情報が含まれているんだ。
Pretty much.
新庄さん、このままだと伊藤はどうなるんですか？その、法律的に。
Does this mean the killer can control more than one person at once? I guess. So, I'm the killer. I'm going to mind control Ito on today. I'll say today. I'll mind control him today. It's the 11th. And then I'll wait for a month and have him do whatever. Like every single day, Ito just eat a pizza or some shit. And then on December 1st, I'll be like, hey, I'm gonna mind control. Kitsu Beep. I'm gonna mind control Kitsu Beep. On December 1st, you're gonna subscribe to FinestKO.
まだわからない。未成年とはいえ、事件が事件だけに。
Was dated 10:03. Yeah, 10:3. So yeah, it seems the person can. It might not be like continual mind control. It might just be you have a set program of things I want you to do.
でも、真犯人が逮捕されれば別ですよね。そうすれば移動の罪だって軽く。
ダメだ。君は自分の身を守ることだけ考えろ。犯人なら俺が探す。
犯人を探すって、一体どこをどう探すつもりなんですか？それに犯人が分かっても、ギガロマニアックス相手に新庄さんに何ができるんです？これまで結局何もできてないじゃないですか。そんなだからユイや伊藤は。
タクル。新庄さんは一生懸命やってくれてる。責めるのは違うわ。
Yeah, I think that's a conclusion I came to as well.
すみません。つい。
いや、君の言う通りだ。俺は君たちにどう謝罪していいのか、未だにわからない。けれど、頼むから、命を危険にさらすような真似はしないでくれ。特に宮代くん、11月4日に何かしようと考えているのなら。
Honestly, if I were to be very honest, if we're gonna just drop this entire case, maybe we should just all leave Shibuya.
11月4日?
Unless the killer has mind-controlled people to shoot us upon leaving Shibuya, in which case I'll be very impressed.
ニュージェネレーションの狂気、最後の事件の日ですよね。となれば、その日に真犯人は必ず動く。
だから、宮代くん。ダメか。クルスさん。
はい。
どうやら俺から頼んでも無駄らしい。宮代くんがおかしなことをしないよう見張っててくれないか。俺はこれ以上犠牲者を出したくない。
わかりました。11月4日が過ぎるまで、タクルには危険なことをさせないよう注意しておきます。
クルス。
Oh, what? Kitsu, thank you for the sub. I was joking about that, but maybe I wasn't joking.
Bullshit!
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it, man. Well, in about 3 weeks, we should have new emotes coming out. I hope you will be entertained by them. Okay, let's read this. Crime. Latest victim chopped up and put into tiny little boxes. Too much even for me. So we settled on fictional young girl. That's from the law Tokyo passed banning depictions of sex between fictional youths in anime and manga, right? But that was like, what, 5 or 6 years ago? Does anybody even remember it? It's better than well done for a chick who got burnt to death. How about fictional underage girl? That means it sounds extra sexy. Little Yui, the underage girl, huh? Little Yui, the underage girl, huh? What? And Yui was a blank 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 grader. So hot. Holy shit, are you guys making jokes about this? You're pretty cold. Much hotter than the guy from Gatsu when deaf. Anyway, the killer's not supposed to get caught. What do we do on 11/4? Why don't you go do it yourself? Okay, awesome. Teku, thank you for resubbing, man. Oh, well, I appreciate it.
タク？大丈夫？
ああ、みんなごめん。
だから今朝警告したんですよ。アットチャンネルはしばらく見ない方がいいって。
Yeah, I definitely agree. And also, they're not a good source for information. I hate to say it, but we're way past them now in terms of being updated on what's happening.
いや、ネット上に何か情報がないか探してて、つい。いや、それは以前の僕も同じだったのか。
もう見ちゃったんなら言っときますけどね。伊藤先輩の個人情報も出ちゃってますよ。連続殺人犯かどうかって話になってます。
I think the protagonist's rage episodes are going to become very plot important because he seems to be losing himself in anger. It's not wrong for him to be angry about this because that's pretty fucked up. You know, how they're talking about his little sister and what also happened to him. I get it. Him being angry shows that he cares. That makes sense to me. But the question now is where is he gonna direct himself afterwards? Like, before this, there was a thought that he had, which was, I want to kill you, Kunosato. Because of something she said, I think it was something like, espers aren't people. And she treats espers to be less than people, which is funky given how she respected the main character for caring about Senri so much. That's the thing I don't get yet. And hopefully that'll be expanded upon. But the moment he goes too far and he kills someone with his powers, he pretty much becomes the thing that Kunosato said he was, which was, you're not even a person, you're inhuman. And that's the problem, right? That is a view in this game about espers, and that is something that's legitimate. They are very scary. But to counter that, you have to do way more.
ほんの少し前は南沢千里のことで騒いでたくせに。
Okay, back to this again.
タク？
どうするんです？
What do you think we're gonna do? We're going back into this.
もう一度これまでの情報をチェックして見落としていることがないか調べてやる。そこに真犯人につながるヒントがあるかもしれない。
It could be Mitsukai. Maybe if we clarified at that moment and said, hey, Kunosato, my old friend is actually an esper. She'd be like, well, never mind. But I don't think that's the case, because she's smart enough to go like, old friend in a facility like this, probably an esper, right? But maybe she emphasized old friend more.
それならクルス先輩も呼んできましょうか。
いや、あいつは生徒会の仕事に専念するって言ってた。何でもいいから忙しく働いていたいって。
Could also be that she didn't realize that the main character was an Esper at that point, but I don't know if that's true or not.
そうしてないとユイのことを思い出してしまうからって。
そうですか。
Hang on. What did he just say? Should we call Kurusu? No. She said she wanted to focus on helping the student council. She wanted to keep busy no matter what she said. Otherwise she remembers what happened to Yui. Fair enough. So don't call her over. Let's work on this.
最初の事件、こっちみんなと2番目の事件、音漏れ隊については僕は直接関わっていない。だから保留にしておくとして、3番目の事件、回転デッド、ここからが本題だ。
私と初めて会ったのもこの時でしたね。
ああ。で、あの事件で何か見落としがなかったかずっと考えてたんだけど、それほど重要じゃないと思って放っておいたことがあったんだ。覚えてないか、尾上。
There's something we hadn't talked about because we didn't think it was that important. Do you remember what is it? Onoe. Onoe. Sariko, right? Here we go.
何
？1 or 3? Give me a moment to think. Well, I mean, the police didn't stop us even though we were wearing uniforms too. Well, actually, technically they did. They said like, hey, you, don't leave your rooms. But they didn't specifically say, hey, you, students? The fuck are you doing in a love hotel? But locked doors suddenly opened. Go back. What was he saying? He said, there's something we hadn't talked about because we didn't think it was that important. Do you remember what is it? Oh, no way. Okay, first, I'll save here because this is very, very important. Okay. Did we talk about the locked door suddenly opening? I remember that being mentioned. I certainly recall talking about it too. We talked about it, didn't we? So about this. Should be hidden camera in love hotel / room that shows killer. There was a camera outside the window, it seemed. Otherwise, how that recorded, right? And that was me thinking that the sticker was a camera. We haven't actually confirmed that yet, after all this time. Should be hidden camera in love hotel / room. There should be a hidden camera within the room? What brings us to that? Why does he think that? I don't think that's the case. We already know it's my power to open it. See, I'm not there yet. I still don't believe that. Okay, fine. Let's go with this. Whatever. The game says it. But I don't believe. Whatever. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. Okay, anyway. Really? Police didn't stop us with uniforms in Love Hotel. Okay, so the reason why I let that go was because that was funky. The guy said, hey, don't leave your room. And he clearly saw us, and we were wearing uniforms. And then I asked the chat, what's the legal age in which case you're allowed to go to a love hotel? What are love hotels for, right? I don't have to explain that. And then they said something like it was 16. And I thought to myself, I guess they're 16, but that's a little bit weird that you're letting us go still. So where's he going with this? Okay, I think there's moles in the police force. Maybe he's going with that. Okay, let me go ahead and just do this now. Yeah, to be fair, this is very sudden. This is him going like, here's a thought, and there was no context before it.
そう。僕と尾上はラブホの中をこの制服で歩いてたんだ。普通なら補導されるだろう。
Okay, so that's the thing I didn't know, right? That's the reason why I asked the chat, what's the legal age in Japan for you to legally have sex? And I thought to myself, okay, I guess they would have let us gone through. That's something that I wouldn't actually know. Okay.
確かにそうですね。
尾上がとっさにカップルのふりをしたからごまかしたと思ったけど、よく考えればやっぱり変だ。壁法の制服は目立つ。警官が気づかないはずないんだ。なのに僕らはそのままスルーされた。あの時違和感を覚えたんだよ。
Okay.
タクは考えすぎだと思うけど。
Okay, if I lived in fucking Japan, I wouldn't think he's overthinking it. That makes a lot of sense.
いや、今思えばあの警官、犯人に思考誘導されてたんじゃないだろうか。
Wow, so we're going all the way back and trying to figure out people who might be mind controlled?
思考誘導？何のためにです？
僕らを有村たちのいる殺人現場へ導くためとか。
だからなぜそんな必要が？
それはまだわからない。後でもう一度考えてみる。
Yeah, why? That's a very good question.
その次の事件では、この学園でネット記者の渡部が殺された。この事件にも見逃しているポイントがある。あの時はそれほど不思議だと思ってなかったけど、よく考えるとなんかおかしい。
Okay, so take a step back for a second. Let's talk about Revolving Dead for a moment. Remember when I said that it was really incompetent for the police to just leave the police guy at the very top right away without securing anything? Apparently, the argument for that is he was mind controlled. Okay, I'll let that go, I guess.
おかしいって何が？
Those eyes, whose are they? Whose eyes are those? Yes, whose eyes are those? Those are God's eyes.
あの時、すでに渡部は有名なネット記者だった。それに比べて、まあ、こんなことは言いたくないけど、うちは有名でもなんでもない、ただの高校の新聞部だろ。
Okay, sure, I'm following the logic.
なのに渡部の方から僕らとのディスカッションを申し込んできたんだ。
それって宮代先輩たちの方が力士シールについての情報が早くて、でネットでパクリだって騒がれた渡部さんが慌ててごまかしに来たんじゃないんですか？
Okay.
そうだったよね。
ほらな、やっぱり変だ。
Why? This is possibly the first time I'm not following the logic. Okay. I caught the first one peripherally. So now we're thinking in the context of mind control, which is the hard one. Okay. What doesn't make sense? Watabe was a famous journalist. Compared to him, we're not much. But Watabe wanted to interview us. That's because it beat him to the punch with the sumo stickers, right? And then there was that whole fuss about plagiarism online, and he came to try and distract us from that. He came to try and distract from that. That's right. Okay, I am Watabe. People are saying I possibly plagiarized my article. Why is it illogical for me to interview the high school newspaper club that put that video up before I did, accusing me? They weren't exactly accusing me, and people are accusing me of plagiarizing. Why is it weird for me to go to the newspaper club? Who brought attention to the newspaper club? Who brought attention to the newspaper club? That was K. K, aka Mio. Mio brought attention to the newspaper club's video by saying, "Hey guys, my broadcast is this. Take a look at this video." Did she also say, "Hey guys, Watabe took a look at this video"? Did she do that? I think so. Okay, so is the main character saying, all of this is logical, there is something else that's not logical? That could be it.
なんで？
有村や尾上はそれほどヘビーなネットユーザーじゃないよな。
Okay, keep going. I'm curious now.
ええ、まあ普通かな。
そんな二人でさ今みたいに思ったんだろう。渡部が自分のパクリをごまかしに来たって。
Okay.
つまり僕らと対談なんかしても渡部の意図は見え見えで余計に炎上するだけだと思うんだ。メリットなんかどこにもないだろ
う。Okay, I am Watabe. A bunch of people are looking at me. I want to solve for the fact that people think I plagiarized my article. If I go to the high school of the people who made the video that people are accusing me of plagiarizing, it looks obvious that my intentions are to distract people from the fact that I plagiarized. Yeah, I guess that works. Yeah, I could see that. That would be the first thing I would be thinking too. If I weren't Watabe. And if I were Watabe, how would I solve that? Well, the problem that he's saying is that it's too obvious. Your intentions are too obvious. Okay.
確かに。
その程度のことネット記者としてやってきた渡部に計算できないはずがない。
Okay, so you're giving him more credit that he would know that. Okay. Okay, alright, that's fair. Alright, I agree with this logic.
じゃあどういうことなの？タク。
He's saying the smarter thing would have been to do another big scoop and just change their perspective to something else.
これは僕の考えなんだけど。
So, could have been mind controlled.
そう渡部自身すら気づいてなかったかもしれないけど僕らに対談を申し込むよう思考を誘導されてたんじゃないかと思う。
Okay. I don't want to say we're grasping at straws because we have to. Mind control is a really scary ability and we have to do this as best as we can. So pretty much this is what he's doing. If the murderer has mind control, they're not going to be completely aware of the nuance of the people they're controlling. So for example, if I mind controlled a doctor and I want to make that doctor as logically performing his or her duties as close to possible, right? And for some reason my mind control abilities force me to be as specific as possible. I can't go like, "Hey, doctor, use that machine of which I don't even know what it's called to make an analysis of which I don't even know what it's called and do things like that." You know, I don't know that nuance.
そしてみんなの注目を集めたところで殺された。
And then like I don't know the correct procedures either. So the mind control person is going to fuck up here and there and we're trying to find out where the screws ups are.
でも宮代先輩、ラブホの件もそうですけど、やっぱり動機が分かりません。犯人は何がしたかったんです？
This is the same as with the Love Hotel. I don't understand the motive. What did a killer want to do? We're not there yet.
動機か。
One step at a time.
わかった。この事件についてももう少し考えてみる。
Okay. Was Watabe mind controlled into asking to meet with us?
ちなみに渡部の体内から出てきたシールはみんな偽物の力士シールだったことが分かってる。
どうして本物を使わなかったのかな。
それは多分犯人も能力者だからだろう。
That would make sense, yeah. And if the person who's mind controlling is a psychic, those stickers are gonna screw with them. Okay.
犯行現場で犯人自身が誤って精神汚染を受けたりすれば、僕や有村と同じように身動きが取れなくなってしまう。そうなったら逃げることができなくなるからな。
Kinda irrelevant if the person mind controlled Watabe and said go to the school, I'm just gonna stay at the apartment. But okay. Unless the killer had to be there at the school for some reason.
確かにあのシールを見るとタクひどいことになるもんね。
本当に嫌ですよね、あれ。なんていうのか、悪夢みたいな妄想がどんどん心の中に広がってきて、そのうちそれが妄想なのか現実なのか分かんなくなって。
そうだな。あの夜のこと覚えてるか、有村。
あの夜？
僕と有村がパイロキネシストハイダリコに襲われた時のことだ。あの夜は尾上もいたよな。確かお前が僕のトレーラーハウスに来て。
Maybe the killer had to be relatively close by to mind control somebody? Okay, so let's say that's the case. How about the pyrokinetic then? Are you saying that the person always had to be close to the pyrokinetic to mind control her? You're always walking at a set distance from her to have her go around and do shit? That seems a little bit extensive. But if that's the case, mind control is a way more specific ability, and it's going to help us narrow down the killer.
のんちゃんの話を聞いてあげてってお願いした時だよね。でも私タクにそれだけ伝えて家に帰っちゃったからな。その後のことは。
そうか。でも家へのか。
Sorry, what did you say? Serka said, you were there too, Onoe, right? You came to my RV. That's when I asked you to go talk to Noan, right? But then I went straight home after that. I don't know what happened then. What the hell are you talking about? That night, when you and I were attacked by the pyrokinetic Riko Haida, you were there too, Onoe, right? You came to my RV. That's when I asked you to go to talk to Noan, right? But then I went straight home after that. I don't know what happened then. Okay, well, okay, she wasn't directly there when they were attacked. Okay.
帰り道、何かに気づかなかったか？
何かって？
Yeah, I might still be under closers. It's fine. There were suddenly more Suma stickers around the park and city. True. The park was sealed off by the police. The pyrokinetic ambushed me at the park entrance. One more time? What was the question? I see, but did you notice anything on your way home? What do you mean? There were suddenly more Suma stickers around the park and city, which is true. So are you saying, hey, did you notice that the city had more Suma stickers? The park was sealed off by the police. I don't recall this. The pyrokinetic ambushed me at the park entrance. I don't recall this either. Because I don't remember specifically where the setting was. I remember that tunnel. I don't know where that tunnel is, though. Is that the park entrance? I don't think so. So you must be asking this. I'm gonna go ahead and save just to make extra sure.
確かになんかあっちこっちベタベタ貼ってあったね。
ああ、僕はクルスに会おうと思ってアーバ寮へ向かったんだ。ところが公園や街中の歴史シールの数がいきなり増えてた。しかも本物のシール、11番目のロールシャッハが。そのせいで僕は精神を完全に侵食されそうになった。
あの時期はいろんなテレビ番組やネットで力士シールが話題になってたんですよ。
So the next thing I have in my mind is, okay, never mind, it's already been solved, don't worry about it.
そのせいでどんな恐ろしいものか知らないバカな連中が面白がって張りまくってたんです。迷惑な話です。
いや、よく考えてみるとネットやテレビのせいじゃないような気がするんだ。
どういうこと？
あの夜もそうだけど、僕はネットニュースやテレビが力士シールを話題にするたびにずっとチェックをしてきた。でもニュースで扱っているのはどれも偽のシールばかりだったんだ。本物の力士シール、11番目のロールシャッハ画像はほとんど出たことがない。つまりテレビやネットのシールを真似て喜んでいるような連中は実は本物がどんなデザインなのか知らないんだよ。そんな連中の作ったシールなんていくら大量に貼ってあっても怖くもなんともないだろう。
じゃあどうしてあの夜は？
おそらく真犯人がやったんだ。自分も精神汚染されるかもしれないのに、その目的はおそらく
Okay, so this is getting harder, although I think I have the correct answer already. Let's just narrow it down. To cause psychological pain, awaken us? No. To kill us is part of the return of new generation madness. So 2 or 3? To kill us is part of the return of new generation madness. On that night, which was blank, I don't recall what that was. I think that night was the incorrect night. Okay, if you killed us on that night, it wouldn't work out. I think I even mentioned that as well. That night was the wrong night for a murder to happen. So it should be this.
That night, 僕らはひたすらシールから逃げ回って
行き着いた先にあのハイダリコって人が現れた。なるほど、そうで。
つまり犯人はシールを使ってハイダリコが待ち受けている場所へ僕らを誘導したんだ。
The real killer used the stickers to lure us to Rico Haida. Okay.
そしてハイダリコは僕らを襲ってきた。
Okay, I gotta fuck you too, buddy.
でも考えてみるとあの人も伊藤先輩と同じだったんですね。思考を操られて犯人役をやらされただけ。
Pretty much anyone who does that, who just pops into a channel and just insults you, isn't worth your time. Even if they're part of the closest community.
かわいそうだね。
Okay, so clearly I've forgotten to change the game title.
ああ、僕らは真犯人に完全にはめられて彼女を南沢千里だと思い込んでしまった。
But I played both games, and now I don't give a shit about that guy ever again.
証拠か。僕たちがハイダリコを南沢千里だと完全に信じ込んでしまったのは。
It sucks too. because the closers community, as far as I'm aware, is a pretty nice bunch. And that game, unfortunately, needs a lot of help to get recognized on Twitch right now. So maybe he's angry because that's exactly it, right? Closers needs the help that he can get to be focused on Twitch and ideally expand itself. But one, I played the game. Two, you've given a really bad impression of the community. And three, I don't ever want to talk to you again. In which case, get the fuck out of here. Okay. I kind of hope you're still here too, so you heard exactly what I said. Riko Haida called herself Senri Manamisawa. Riko Haida had Senri Manamisawa's ID card. Senri's old pic looked just like Riko Haida. I had to go back because that ruined my thought process. Which means that if they were just copying what they saw on TV, they wouldn't know what the real design looked like. They could make a million stickers. Yeah, okay. Their goal was probably... We kept running from the stickers that night and ran right into Riko Haida. I see, that's right. In other words, the killer led us right to where she was. Okay. But when you think about it, she was no different than Ito. She was being mind-controlled into attacking someone. I feel bad for her. Okay. The real killer manipulated us into thinking that she was Senri. Excuse me. The killer even went through the trouble of preparing fake evidence. Evidence, huh? The reason we completely believe that Riko Haida was Senri is because of the ID card.
Minamisa Senri no ID カード。あれには完全に騙された。
でも、なんで彼女があのカードを持ってたんでしょうね。
その理由が全くわからない。完全に謎のままだ。
They spelled where wrong, but whatever.
思うんですけど、やっぱり本物の南沢千里が生きてて、ハイダリコに罪をかぶせようとしたんじゃ。
As far as I'm aware, I don't think any of the Espers tested their abilities outside of Shibuya. We didn't have the time, really, right?
でもクルスはそんなことありえないってずっと言ってる。
クルス先輩は南沢千里をかばってるだけだと思います。下手をすれば共犯かもしれませんよ。
I think she's just trying to protect her. It's possible that she's working with her. Okay, that's a jump that I'm not willing to make.
お前、言っていいことと悪いことがあるぞ。
タク、怒鳴らないで。怖い。
悪い。有村もすまなかった。
いえ、こっちこそ軽はずみでした。でも宮代先輩、疑うのであれば全てを疑ってみるべきです。以前クルス先輩が私の前で嘘をついたの覚えてますよね。
Yeah, and I want to test out your abilities and see if it is affected by emotions. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. Let's say Nono is in cohorts or Nono is mind controlled. Just do an MRI scan of her head.
もちろん、私やセリ、花も例外じゃないですよ。
Well, like I said, just do an MRI scan of their heads and just see if there's any enlargement. If you see an enlargement, then possibly that happens when they're mind controlled.
そんなこと言い出したら誰も信用できないじゃないか。
伊藤先輩の事件を考えればそのくらい用心した方がいい。私結構好きだったんですよ、伊藤先輩。もちろんラブとかじゃないですけど、あんなに言葉がまっすぐで裏表がなくて。
Anyway, let me do ourselves a favor and switch the game. Ultimately, I don't think it really matters. But if people are like super excited to see closers, I don't want to be the guy that gives them the downer information that we're not streaming closers. However, if they pop into our channel asking for where's closers, that's fine because we do stream that game. And I would like to see him here in the future, obviously.
So with good control, stats could do very, very nicely here.
That is the front page of Twitch. I think this is the beta or something. That's a little bit funky. I don't want that. But yeah, I think I kind of have my ground rule now. It used to be that if random trolls would pop up into the channel, I would give them a second try. Like, oh, maybe this guy isn't all that bad or something, and I'll give him a chance. But now I don't think it's actually even worthwhile. The reason being is if your first introduction to someone is insulting, then it clearly shows you as an indication that the person doesn't actually care. And that's communication, actually. If your first impression is that negative and you have good reason to believe that they don't really care about furthering a relationship, then why should you?
たとえ嘘をついてもバレバレで、その嘘だって誰かを傷つけるような悪い嘘じゃなかったし、すごくいい人だなって感じてました。だから。
No, it's fine. Like I said, I gave you a reason for why I thought to myself, okay, it's understandable that we should switch our game to the proper game, because if people want to find Chaos Child on a Chaos Child based stream, they would find it by looking at the Chaos Child, category. So that would be good for people who are interested in this game, and I would be broadcasting this game and helping people get interested in it, right? That makes sense. However, if the game is on the wrong game and you pop in and say something like that, you give a bad impression of your community. You're not just one person. You also have like some type of connection if you make a statement like that, which hurts your overall community's perspective. It's a thing that we had a conversation about tonight, actually, where we were talking about how bad apples can give an influence on people outside the community and say, like, I don't want to get involved with this. My explanation of that was, I still want to be part of the Marvel community. Why? Because just because some people are bad influences on it doesn't mean that everyone is, right? And that's why I'm not like, hey, fuck closers. I don't want to give it a chance anymore because of one guy who had like poor enough communication that he decided to just be rude. Like, no, right? From my interactions with them, they've been really nice. And they've helped people by giving them beta codes when they didn't have to. That's awesome. And that's a good thing because closers, in my opinion, isn't a gigantic community. It's trying to get bigger. It just got localized in North America. I respect the fact that the developers are trying to listen to the community and figure out what are the correct responses and how to build up the North American community. I also respect the fact that despite how buggy my experiences with the closers beta, they respond to me very quickly about how to solve things, right? These are all positive experiences. It's just that for the longest time when I've streamed on Twitch, I didn't set ground rules for a stream. And the reason why is because I come from the fighting game community, and one of my earliest interactions with the FGC was Ram Nation, which is one of my most positive memories I've ever had in college. And I will never forget that because I love Ram Nation. I love the things that event taught me, which was people from all walks of life can come together for one thing. Yeah, sure, a video game. But it brought us together in someone's garage freezing at 3 in the morning playing freaking video games. And that's hilarious. And it was good because I got to talk to people from all different places and learn more about that. So here's the thing. Why does that influence our channel? Because one, I'm part of the FGC, but more than that, it's that the way we spoke in Ram Nation was really freeform. We understood each other well enough to understand that shit-talking with each other wasn't meant to be taken offensively. It was a way for us to engage with each other, to honestly tease one another, to have fun, right? We were close enough to have that connection where, for example, when I mess with Tommy and like say he's gonna go 0-2 in a tournament, which is considered an insult, right? And that's essentially saying you're not competent enough in a game that you take a lot of time in to even beat one person. That's an insult. But he doesn't take it as a direct insult of his competence because we are close enough to make that kind of connection. It's me messing with him because we're close enough to do so. This is a thing that guys do. This is specific to male communication, actually. It's researched. I know about this. So how does that influence our channel? Because I'm part of the FGC, early on, at the very beginning of it, I didn't know how to handle like speech in our channel. And I want to encourage conversation like this, or conversation like us discussing this visual novel. To me, that's very important. I don't want to like censor that. And so moderation of our channel was very, very open. That is like, come in here and shit talk and do whatever the hell you want for the longest time. But as I've grown older over a channel, I've come to make decisions in which there are some things that cannot be said. Why? Because there's a distinction between me being in that garage at Ram Nation and us shit talking and a random person popping in the chat and saying dumb shit. Because we don't have that connection. You're not allowed to do that. We're not that close. So that's a difference, right? I can't go on the street, talk to a random person and say, hey, fuckhead, how you doing? But I can say that to Scott, and I can say that to Tommy. And when I say, hey, fuckhead, how you doing? Or how you, right? They won't take that as an insult because that's my conversation with them. We're close enough where I can say cuss words and they won't take it insultingly. I can do that. I can say, hey, fuckhead, how you doing, man? I miss you, right? I really can. And that's how close we are. But if we're not that close, you're not allowed to do that because it takes time to get close like that. The same thing with jokes, right? This is something that people get wrong all the time. Jokes, they can be handled as a way to get into conversations, right? If I joke about a very poignant and sensitive subject, I can be bringing up conversation about it. Let's talk about suicide, right? Which I feel very, very empathetic towards. And I really care about that because I know what it's like. I can joke about that with the context of bringing that to the table to talk about. And the intention is to talk about it, not to make fun of it and deride people who are under intense like suffering, right? That's the context. That's the intention because we're close enough and I understand the topic. But if you don't understand the topic, if you're not able to convey your intentions well through a joke, then of course it can be taken offensively. It's not just a topic, it's the intention. So to do that, you have to be good at execution. That's why good comedians can get away with talking about sensitive topics because their execution is good. They are able to tell you their intentions. I'm not saying a racist joke to be racist. I am saying a racist joke so we can talk about it because it's an important topic, right? That all makes sense. And that gets confused all the time on Twitch where people make like these stupid ass jokes with a copper face at the end. But the thing is, the intention there, we can't figure it out because we're on the internet and the tone isn't there and the connection isn't there, right? This is some random stranger making some dumbass joke to me in front of my face. And I don't have that connection to make context of what you're saying. So if Tommy went into the chat and said, hey, streamer, Kappa, I see that you're making another like joke review of a game or something like that. At least I know the context of how he's saying it to me because I know him as a person. But if you randomly do that to my face, I don't know the context of it. Are you like telling me that journalism is bad? Are you questioning my ability as a writer? Are you lumping me in with a bunch of game journalists, which has a very negative perception right now, right? I don't know. I don't have that context. And so you are risking your interpretation with no context because we have no connection. It makes sense, doesn't it? So that's why I've changed my moderation for our channel as things have gone on, because I've understood how writing is different from speaking, and that's something I've studied. English and communication, right? I promise you, I've studied this. That's why now I don't care if someone walks into the chat and says, "Hey, fuckhead," right? You're not. First, you have to be an idiot to think that that's okay to do for a first impression, and your intention is, I want to be a good person to you. That's most likely not to be the case. That's really hard to convey with those words. That's probably not the case. So I'm not going to waste my time. Banned. Done, right? That's your fault. That's why we're changed. That's how we've moved into the future. That's who we are as a group.
だから今初めて思ってます。自分の能力をもっとちゃんと使えばよかったって。
Okay, so to dumb down everything I said, and don't feel bad if you don't understand what I said, it's fine. I really care about conversation and us talking about topics like this, right? I don't want to squelch that because we learn a lot from each other, I promise. I just don't want free conversation to be used in a way to ruin the atmosphere. And I've sectioned off what I consider to be not worthwhile to let happen. In which case, what just happened to us, I've put into that section, right? That's it.
有村。
ひなちゃん。
これまで私ずっと後悔してたんです。こんな能力が欲しいなんて思ってしまったこと。結局人の言葉の裏表なんて知らない方が幸せだったから。でも今はもっと後悔してます。私が能力をちゃんと活かしていれば、多分伊藤先輩の言葉がどこかおかしいことに気づくことができたはずです。
Well, the thing I've learned is that even though a huge majority of people can speak, what a surprise, right? A lot of people can speak, doesn't mean they're aware of how communication works. So even though everyone has some form of, mostly everyone, right? I'm not saying like people who are in a coma have a way of speaking. Mostly everyone has a way of communicating, and they do it every single day. It doesn't mean they're aware of how their communication works. It takes practice and understanding. And I can like give examples of people that I talk to in this chat where we have very huge difference of understanding when it comes to like speech and communication. Okay, so I've talked tangentially. It's not relevant to this visual novel. So right now I have to go back a little bit and understand what's happening. Okay, I'll start from here. Okay, sorry Armor, I owe you an apology too. No, I'm sorry, that's careless of me. But Miyashiro, if you're going to suspect someone, you should suspect everyone. Okay, so this line right here, when I read it, if you're going to suspect someone, you should suspect everyone. You remember that Kurusu lied in front of me once already, right? Two things. One, I mentioned that that's the reason why I wanted to test out her power, to know how it worked. And by knowing how it worked, we can figure out if Kurusu lied because of emotion or lied because it was just purely a lie, no matter what. The other thing is that that's going to establish something that's a really big deal right now. So the big deal... The big deal is that initially this game was asking you to resolve some type of oxymoron, sort of, not exactly. But the idea was, how does the occult mesh with technology? And normally the answer is, it can't. Because if you focus too much on technology, you're taking away the mysticism of the occult. But it works well in this visual novel and how it set it up. Now, the next question is logic versus faith. We are trying to solve this mystery using logic. We're breaking it down as best as we can. The powers of espers, right, which is connected to science, actually, even though I would say it's occult. But they've made that connection, where it's kind of both. So we're using logic to solve this mystery, but we can't keep using logic. Because if we do, and we disconnect ourselves from faith, right? I'm not saying faith in God, I'm saying faith in others, believing in people, right? Then we lose trust. And if we lose trust, we lose our allies. If we lose our allies, we can't solve this mystery. That's the biggest thing. You can't do this alone. Because if you do this alone, then you'll be singled out and you'll be killed. And there's other elements in this visual novel that says you can't do this alone. Why? Because here's an example. Can you do psychic powers alone? No, you can't. Not only is that a mechanic in the visual novel, it's the fact that the author is trying to say something. You can't do this alone. If the main character was alone, he wouldn't survive. Why? Because he's so entrenched in information that he doesn't realize that he's delusional or he stereotypes people like crazy. That's a legitimate research-informed thing about being too entrenched in like the freaking internet. It's a true thing, I promise you. Right? That's him. He can't do it alone. Psychics can't do it alone. None of these people can do it alone. And that's been a reoccurring thing here. And yeah, the joke is power of friendship, but the thing I'm really trying to say here is that there has to be a balance. And it's going to be scary because the thing that's going to save them is believing in each other, which is faith. That is not logic. People, you're fighting against someone who can mind control you, okay? At that point, I can't tell you if how you're acting is based on your own will or if the murderer got you. And we're fucked, right? You're mind controlled, in which case I'm not talking to an ally anymore. I'm talking to an enemy. So I have to believe in you now with no logic. I just have to believe in you. And if I don't, then that's where everything falls apart and we will die.
Yeah, 違う。有村のせいじゃない。
Is this visual novel the ultimate shonen? Maybe.
そろそろ昼休みも終わりだ。このくらいにしとこう。
But I think faith is an interesting topic. And I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about believing in others. Faith, when it comes to just believing in people, right, is something that's done without logic. In fact, do I need to look at the definition for you to prove it? I'll do it. Here. Here we go. Faith is complete trust or confidence in someone or something. The other definition is strong belief in God or the doctrines of religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof. I'm not saying that. I'm saying complete trust or confidence in someone or something. This is disregarding whether logic fits into it or not. It's saying that my beliefs in someone dictate whether I have faith in them or not. And it doesn't have to be that they've proven themselves to be trustworthy. It's just that I believe in you.
あと、しばらく新聞部の活動は休止にする。涌井先生にそう言われてるし、放課後も集まらなくていいから。
There's an extension of this argument that I'm trying to figure out how to explain to you, but it's something like this. The combination of logic and faith is the balance that you want. I do not know how to explain that better. And something about faith being tied to emotion, being tied to how you still retain humanity. I can at least somewhat explain that. So let's go to the extremes, okay? What are humans? Humans are people who are able to exercise logic and rationale, right? This has been like a topic in conversation for philosophy. What differentiates ourselves from animals? Well, we can think, we can rationalize, right? We're not pure emotion. If we're pure emotion, in a way, we're pure instinct. We could be animals, but we're not that. We have the ability to think and converse with each other. However, if we're pure logic, pure thought, no emotion, then you're not human either. You're a robot. In which case, you've lost your connection to being an animal, being a mammal, I guess. That's not beneficial either. You need a combination of both. Being so desensitized, so disconnected from your emotions is not a good thing. I can't seem to explain this, but this is some type of weird, strange belief that somehow being purely logical is the beneficial move to go for. And I'm thinking, where has that been proven in the media I've watched or read? Like that belief that pure logic is the correct answer. It's not. It's like... Okay, sci-fi is a decent topic for this, because sci-fi wants to talk about the next evolution of humans. In some stories, they say that's androids, or becoming robotic. But there's always that topic about, even though this is a robot, it's not human. But wait, it looks like a human, it thinks like a human, and the next step is it feels like a human. So what makes that robot not human? Is it just purely biology? But humanity is more than just biology. It's aspects of what makes us human. That is emotion and thought. So that robot right there has the qualities of being human. The only difference is it's not biologically human. That's it. So how do I use that as a defense to my argument here? That pure logic is not good. Because then you're disconnecting yourself from what makes us care about each other. And emotions can help inform your decisions on things. Is this confusing to people? Right now I'm thinking about soldiers, because I care about that. Okay, so is there a way for me to use that as a way to defend my argument? Oh, okay, sure. We are fighting a war, a generic war. In which case, unfortunately, I need to make my soldiers attack the enemy. Sure. So how would the general thought process work for that? Okay, to do so, the general thought idea is that I need to make sure that my soldiers can shoot the opponent. Like, we're not even talking about... Let's just say that we've already tried everything that we could. This war is going to happen, right? This is just generic war, hypothetically. Okay, so if my soldiers cannot shoot the enemy, then they are thinking of the enemy as too human. So there have been examples in which you lower the enemy so you don't think you're shooting a human. Things like propaganda, things like racism, things like ideals and beliefs, things like desensitizing yourself to violence. Okay. Sure. How is that connected to what I'm arguing? The thing I'm arguing is that the soldiers that I'm trying to say shoot those guys have to be valuing their logic more than their emotions. Is that true? Okay. Hey, that person over there isn't a human. Shoot him. Okay, so what am I saying to him? I'm saying that person over there isn't human. You can shoot that person. Yeah, sure. So then I'm saying don't think. Don't feel. Don't feel. I'm saying don't feel when you shoot the person. There we go. Think that that person over there is not a human. Shoot them. That's it. That's what I'm saying. So if you believe in what I'm saying right there, which is when I say shoot that person because that person isn't human, I'm saying think, don't feel, shoot that person. So that's an example of using logic too much versus not having a balance between logic and emotions. Now, I'm not saying that in all circumstances you shouldn't do that. Unfortunately, I do believe that there's going to be scenarios in which it's unavoidable that you will have to do harsh decisions whether you want to or not, right? So, like, if someone walked into my house right now with a knife and said, I want to kill you, as much as I care about talking to people and conversing, right? It's not very likely that with my capability, I can converse with a person with a knife in their hand right now who busted through the door and said, I'm going to kill you. It's more likely that I'm going to have to fight for my life, right? So, there are scenarios like that in which you have to make hard decisions. Okay, so back to the conversation at hand. The argument that I'm making is that this visual novel is saying that you need to balance logic and faith. Faith, not religion, faith in people, okay? Just to make that very clear here. And that they sit as opposites, where logic is our ability to rationalize things, and faith is our ability to believe in things, not guided by logic, guided by belief. And the way I see it, personally, is logic is guided by thought. That's not surprising, right? And I think faith is guided by emotions. You need both to solve this case. And you need both in real life, too. Because if you imbalance yourself, then you move towards different ends of the spectrum where you're losing your humanity. Too much logic, you become a computer. Too much emotion, too much instinct, you become like an animal. What are humans? We're in the spectrum between both.
そっか。
仕方ないですね。
あ、でも和樹は別に演数とかプレイしに来ても構わないからな。部室の
Nier Automata is very relevant to that, actually. I want to specifically read more on philosophy to get into Nier Automata. There's a lot to say about that series, and I've barely even read into it. I've only did like a very small look into Nier Automata, and I can tell you that I have a lot of faith because I don't actually have... I haven't played the game myself to get visual evidence. I have faith that Nier Automata is a good piece of writing. And I want to, if I get into that game and stream it, I don't want to disappoint you. I want to show you my thoughts. I'm not sure if too much logic makes you a computer. I'm saying, I'm giving you an example so you can think about it, is what I'm saying here. We're saying like the absolute extremes, which is all logic, zero emotion. What are you? You're like a computer. You're not exactly a computer. I don't have a keyboard coming out of my hands, do I? Oh, you said similar to. Okay, so you're not saying exact either. It's an image. Okay, so from this point on, just let me focus on the visual novel.
ああ、君、宮代拓君だね。悪いけど、ちょっと話を聞かせてくれないかな。
君が第一発見者なんだよね。最初に見たとき、どんな気持ちだった？
犯人は君の親友だって噂だけど本当なの？すごいショックだよね。どうやって謝罪してほしい？
友達はなんでこんなことをしたと思う？何か悩んでいたとか心当たりはないかな？
うるさい。お前ら全員ユイと同じにしてやろうか。
うわっ
今日はまだ11月2日。問題の日は明後日だ。それまでは大丈夫。何も起こらない。何も。ただいま。
Okay, I just hope he doesn't turn that on the people that care about him. Takuru, I mean.
おかえりなさい。タックルさん。晩ご飯もうすぐできますから。
ありがとう。
Wait, she made dinner every night? Her? Wow. I'm impressed. And thank you. That's actually really kind of her.
父さんとクルスは？
先生は警察です。ユイさんのことで。
そっか。
ののさんは診察室でユウトくんの看病を。
うん。
はい。
今日はまだいいけど、明後日11月4日はそうやって一人になっちゃ絶対にダメだ。みんなと一緒にいること。あと誰に誘われても絶対に外へ出ないこと。いいな。
Okay, that makes sense.
それはタクルさんでもですか？
Sorry, what is she asking? It's fine for today, but 2 days from now, on the 4th, make sure you're not alone with anyone. Don't go outside no matter who tells you to. Which means, don't listen to me either on the 4th.
ああ、そうだ。誰も信用しちゃダメだ。
Which I'm saying, based on the argument that I made earlier, that that isn't the correct answer. MRI scan, though, that would be useful. I guess the main character hasn't thought about that.
ちょっとユウトの様子を見てくる。
And as far as I'm aware, we haven't checked No-No's head, either.
じゃあ、ののさんにもご飯だって伝えてください。ユウトくんのお世話は私が交代しますから。
わかった。ユウト。
ああ、おかえりなさい。
Yuto is the brother, okay.
どうだ、具合は。
うん、よくなったよ。もう平気。
クルスは？
あっち。今眠ってるから、そっとしておいてあげて。のの姉ちゃん、あんまり寝てないみたいなんだ。僕の世話だけじゃなくて、生徒会のお仕事とかいっぱいあるみたいで、ずっとパソコンに向かってるし。
Speaking of not sleeping much, I haven't been either, actually.
僕ならもう大丈夫って言ってるのに。
大丈夫かどうか診断するのは父さんだろ。
そうだけど。
お前はあんまり難しいこと考えるなよ。早く元気になれって。
2 days until the next murder, huh? So we have a bunch of ideas, but we don't know how to prevent the next murder. We're essentially just waiting until it happens. I don't know how to go about solving this right now, except waiting for more information. We're gonna have to plan preemptively. I think that's the only way. It's gonna be one of us, and if it's not, then we'll miss it. But if it's gonna be one of us, we should plan for like a trap or something to stop the murderer. And this, why don't we just all sleep together in the same house? We did it before. Arimura was okay with it. No. According to what Shinjo said, the detective, he said that Ito was speaking as Ed, speaking to Amy, but it turns out that it was Amy and Ed speaking to each other on the same computer as an example. So, for example, hey Koopa, how are you doing? And the other person is not Koopa. I'm actually both of them typing on the computer. That was what you're doing. It's insane, right? At the very front of the video was "Don't look at me." She's investigating these things. Huh. Okay. So, despite the fact that we just had a death in our family, she's doing her own research. Why didn't the victim put on makeup for her last street performance? The mind controller is Mel. He did consider that a girl would need to put on makeup? That actually might be legitimate. Okay. Senri's ID card. No one but me knew that I buried it under the memorial in remembrance of her. The killer had to read my mind to dig it up? The killer can read minds? No one but me knew that I buried it under the memorial in remembrance of her. That's a big fucking deal. Maybe there were 2 ID cards? You can get another one if you lost it, right? Is there evidence of dirt being under it or something? Which means there are 2 killers. One who can read minds and one who can control minds. Supports Takuru's multiple killers theory. Okay. Huh.
この短期間でよくこれだけ。でも何のために?
That's actually kind of useful. Should I be concerned about this though? I mean, I feel bad for her. Also, sleeping with a video of someone being killed in front of you is not really a good thing to do either.
Oh, なんだ、タクルか。お帰りなさい。
Maybe it's just periodic mind control and also not mind reading, supporting back to the killer through the chat. Maybe, I don't know. Like, we need to figure out how this power works.
ただいま。ほら、毛布。風邪ひくぞ。
I mean, I kind of thought of a way to kind of test things, but it's very risky. So say you want to test the mind controller's ability, you would need something that they would be completely unaware of when they're mind controlling you to know when the mind control happens. So for example, let's say that the mind controller person is right in front of me and we're testing distance. Okay? So I have a gun and I'll say that I'm 20 meters away from the mind controller person. There's a lot of reason for the person to mind control me right away, otherwise I'm going to shoot you, right? And in my right hand is the gun, and in my left hand, in my pocket, is a thing I am pressing repeatedly over and over and over and over again, right? And the reason why I'm pressing that, let's say, button repeatedly over and over and over again is that it's sending a signal to people that I'm still in control. that if I stop pressing that button, it's because I've lost control of my own thought. Right? I'm doing this repeatedly to let you know that I am not mind controlled. There's no way the person who's the mind controller would know that I am secretly pressing a button in my freaking pocket over and over and over again. And that's the indicator. So then I have a gun pointing at the mind control person. This is a huge risk for you. Walking. I'm at 15 meters now. Walking 10 meters. Walking 5 meters, and I stop pressing the button. In which case we have logical reason to say that the mind control is about 5 meters long. Things like that.
やだ。私、居眠りしちゃってたのね。ありが...
Obviously, the problem is we don't know who the mind controller is, but there's things like that you can test to figure out, and it's a risk because you're giving someone up when you do that. We can also just strap video cameras to our head, I guess, but I don't know. Not sure if that's a good idea with video cameras being so bad. Well, the guy has 2 personalities and one's a mind reader. Okay. So that's the scary part. What if the person has the ability to mind read and to mind control, which we don't know, right? That'd be fucking busted. In which case, the person would read my mind and go like, oh, this person's testing how long my range is, and that person's also mashing this button here. So what I'm going to do instead is wait until the person gets to 1 meter or something, and then I'll say, hey, mind control now, and then keep pressing your button. Or stop pressing your button at 1 meter when my range is actually 30 meters or something.
ね、タクル、これは...
I mean, this is a really scary power. How are you going to handle it?
一体何なの、タクル。
それはこっちのセリフだ。さっきのあれが生徒会の仕事だっていうのか。
そうだけど。
そんなわけあるかよ。
痛いからいい加減手離して。ごめんなさい。だから話して。
なんで一人であんなことしてんだよ。まさか自分一人だけで真犯人を探そうなんて思ってないよな。誰も巻き込まないようにとか。
それは。
僕が同じようなことをしたら怒るくせに自分はいいのかよ。自分はいいのかよ。もしも犯人に目をつけられてユイみたいにされたらどうするんだ。そんなの冗談じゃない。
タクル。前にタクルが言ってたでしょ。事件が自分のことを追いかけてきてるみたいだって。
ああ。
私もそうなの。この事件に千里が関わってるって知った時から私はいつも彼女に追われてる。千里は地震で死んだわ。それは間違いない。私を追いかけてくるのは
なんて言ったらいいのかな。彼女の亡霊なの。
なんだよそれ。意味がわからない。
Yeah, I'm not really getting it either.
ごめんなさい。今はまだこれしか言えないの。話す勇気が出ないから。
そうか。クルスにはまだたくさん僕に言えないことがあるんだな。クルス、違うんだ。今のは本心じゃない。
けど
前にも言っただろ。今の僕はもう昔とは違うって。それに僕はちゃんと今ここにいるじゃないか。まだ怒ってたり嫌ってたりしたら戻ってくるはずがない。
いつかタクルにだけは私が言えないでいること、何もかも全部話したいと思ってる。その時はちゃんと最後まで聞いてくれる？
あ
りがとう。ねえタクル、覚えてる？地震の後、昏睡から目を覚ました日のこと。
あの時は頭がぼーっとしててあんまり。でも最初に見たのがクルスの泣き顔だったことだけははっきり覚えてるよ。
そう。
今考えると不思議だな。お前なんで泣いてたんだ？
嬉しかったからよ、目を覚ましてくれて。
どうして？あの時の僕とクルスはまだ赤の他人だったろ。
タクルはそうだったかもしれないけど、私はタクルのことを1年以上ずっと面倒見てきたのよ。だからお姉ちゃんはタクルのことなら何でも知ってるのよ。恥ずかしくて他の女の子には言えないようなことまで全部ね。
Oh. No. No, please.
やめろよ。そういうこと言うのはなしって約束だろ。
Yeah, exactly.
そうだったわね。ごめん。もう言わない。
あ、そっか。晩ご飯ほったらかしだった。悪い。
いえ、すぐに温め直しますから。
ごめんね、ウキちゃん。タクル、先に行ってて。
わかった。あ、クルス。
何？
僕はさ、もう家族の誰も失いたくないんだ。
タクル。
だから本当に頼む。やめてくれ。一人で犯人探しなんて危険なこと もしもお前まであんなことに。あれ、情けないな。
わかった。だから、お願い。タクルも約束して。私を残して行ってしまわないって。私、耐えられない。こんなに悲しいの。耐えきれない。
クルス。でも、そうじゃなかった。
I know this is kind of a weird thought, but I was thinking how fun it must be to be a voice actor or actress. Maybe not all of it is fun, but the idea of acting and being given all these roles to read and act out and do your own interpretations of characters, that seems intriguing to me. And I've done drama before, but I've never done specifically voice acting before, so I find that really cool. Like, you would get to influence the interpretation of a character through your voice, and you have to understand how that character thinks too. It's a lot of work. Man, this visual novel is a lot of work. It's actually forced me to think and come to understand certain characters in the thought process. That's something you have to do a lot. And you have to, like, say, what's my relationship with this person? How should I act? How should I speak? When this thing comes up, how do I convey the idea that there's subtlety in this? Or if I'm the murderer, how do I not make myself very obvious? Things like that too. Or I'm supposed to give like a small subtle clue in my voice. I'm not really Wesker, I promise. But that's cool. I find that really awesome. One more day until the murder, huh? Unless we can stop it. I was looking at the bottom right to see the pictures. Okay. The final return. This is the last one. That means if we fail at this, whatever is going to happen from all these murders is going to happen. I said I think another earthquake is coming. I could be wrong. But there's a reason why this person has to repeat the murders again, I think. Okay, here we go. October 23rd, Haida's death, and the 28th is Yui stuff. Yeah, is there a way for us to actually know which person this person's gonna target? Why did the policeman ignore us when he saw us inside the love hotel wearing Hekiko uniforms? The answer was probably what I initially thought. The officer was being mind-controlled. The only reason I could think of was that the killer wanted me to be at the scene. Again, the question is why, man. That is so hard to figure out right now.
なら逆に考えてみたらどうだ?
Okay. What if I hadn't gone there? What would be the problem? Why would that cause a problem for them? Wow, this is going to be fun. We're hitting parts of the game now where it's not so obvious anymore. I kind of like that. The moment that mind control became confirmed, this just got harder. Okay, start from the top. Why would that cause a problem for them? I might not have noticed the connection between the stickers and the case. I might not have noticed my power was telekinesis. I might not have seen a person die in front of me for real. I think it's this one, but let me think. I might not have noticed the connection between the stickers and the case. Is that true? If I was not there, I would not have seen... Correct, I would not have seen the sticker, right? I was actually there, I was recording as well. I might not have noticed my power was telekinesis. One or two, I'm thinking so far. I might not have seen a person die in front of me for real. It's one or two. Why telekinesis? Okay, the door opened. The door opened on its own. Supposedly. We explained that by saying the main character has psychic powers. Why is this relevant? It's because every single victim by the murderer has been a psychic. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the murderer can only control people who are psychics, because what about the police officer down there? Wasn't that person mind controlled? Supposedly, right? How about someone else? Ito. Is Ito a psychic? I don't think so. Two people who are not psychics who got mind controlled. Okay. So, why? Why is me understanding my power of telekinesis so vital? Okay, so now I'm the murderer. I'm specifically killing people who have psychic powers. Why do I give a shit that he has telekinesis? Because I want to kill him when he realizes that he's a psychic. Does that matter? Does him becoming a psychic matter? I mean, it gives me the option to kill him. If my goal is to only kill psychics for some reason. How about this? I have a grudge against you. The grudge against you is that you've forgotten Senri. How about that, okay? You've forgotten Senri. That's my grudge against you. I want to make sure that when I kill you, you realize what you've done. Does that make sense? Okay, you're a psychic. Do you realize what you've done now? Stab. But the person's only killing psychics. That has to be linked to this case. Yes. This person clearly has a grudge. Or is trying to throw you off the path. But for now, I'll say grudge. One or two. Okay, I'm gonna say that the main character realizing that he's a psychic is pivotal to the murderer's total plan. Okay, fine. So we're not there yet. How about the first one then, which is what I initially thought. If I'm wrong about that, then I am off the correct line here. Okay, so that's the logic so far. I've taken that video without even thinking about it, and after analyzing it 100 times, I'd found the sumo sticker. Yep. Then I found the other stickers at other murder sites. Why is it vital still? I need you to go into this building so you figure this out. Maybe I can get a connection for the second one too. We'll see. Then I made a video connecting the murderers to the sumo stickers and uploaded to the internet. Okay, so the assumption is the murderer knew what I was going to do, which was I'm going to make an informational video about it. Because of that video, our minor little...
いや待て。じゃあ犯人は新聞部のために僕をあの現場へ誘導したっていうのか。そんなバカなことあるわけないだろ。
Okay. Look at the next note and we'd mark to come back to.
4番目の事件。ゴッツ&デスの渡部についてか。
The real reason that our site had gotten so many hits was that Watabe, the famous internet journalist, had gotten involved. Okay, I remember that. That's why he decided to hold an interview with us. But just like I said yesterday, I couldn't figure out why. The interview would have done nothing but fuel the flame war. Okay. So I'd guess that Watabe had already been under the control of the killer. Step back. The real reason that our site got so many hits was because of Watabe. But it doesn't make sense. I recall that. The interview would have done nothing but fuel the flame war. So I guess Watabe had already been under the control of the killer. Because the intention was to fuel the flame war. And it didn't make sense, given his knowledge of being a journalist, to do the things that he did, so he was under mind control. Okay.
待てよ。ということは、渡部とは逆に犯人にとっては僕らのディスカッションにメリットがあったということにならないか。
Who stood to gain by having Watabe come to Hekigo? A newspaper club? I don't recall anything specific about a student council or a literature club. I'm gonna take the obvious for now.
そうだ。最大のメリットがあるのは僕ら新聞部じゃないか。
I glanced at the newspaper just thrown in the trash and read newspaper club site hits. The hell is happening here? Huh. Hmm.
まるで僕らの新聞部を有名にしようとしてるみたいだ。どうして犯人はそんなこと。
You pretty much became involved in it. We went through things that no high school newspaper club would have experienced and felt excitement, terror, and surprise. Okay, I'm the murderer. I need to make the main character become super involved in this case. Why? My first thought was the main character has to be super involved in this case to become aware and make his Esper powers become available. Because I, as the murderer, have to kill only people with psychic powers because of some reason. And I want to make sure that this person, which I have a grudge against, is the last person I kill. That's a certain explanation for it. Okay, that's a certain explanation for it. I'll leave that in the side for now. Okay, keep going.
新聞部は完全にもてあそばれてる。
Part of that was the attack on me and Armor by the pyrokinetic. Right.
あの時僕らを襲ったパイロキネシストの正体は南沢千里じゃなくハイダリコという他人だった。でもあの ID カードの謎だけは昨べようやく解けた。
Because I've seen this about Senri Minamisawa's ID card in Kurusu's notes, which was it was buried. Kurusu put ID card on a memorial, but killer read her mind and dug it up. Kurusu hid ID card in her room, but killer read her mind and stole it. Kurusu remembered design of ID card, and killer read her mind and copied it. I mean, that honestly could have possibly been something, but it was this. No one but me knew that I buried under the memorial in remembrance of her. The killer had to read my mind to dig it up. The killer can read minds. Okay, so the assumption was there was no copy of it whatsoever. I'm willing to say that's okay, sure. Maybe they analyzed it for dirt or something.
Shinhan どうして南沢千里が僕を襲ってきてるように見せたかったんだ。一体何を狙って。
Okay, read every single one. Try to expose human experiments by making Senri Minamisawa famous. Possible. Try to terrify me by bringing up my past trauma. Possible, actually. Tried to drive Ito, who loved Sendri, into committing crimes. I think that's too much of a stretch right now. So 1 or 2. So which one is it likely to be? Let's take a look at the context again. Hey, Emma. It was safe to assume that she was right, and the killer had read her mind and taken the ID card from the memorial. I think that's still a bit of a jump, but I'll accept it. But what was the reason? What was the reason why the ID card was on the killer? Why did the killer make it look like Henry was attacking us? Hi, I'm the killer. I'm killing psychics to call attention that human experiments are happening. What? Try to expose human experiments making Senri Minamisawa famous. I mean, that's an option. Okay, so let's say I'm angry towards the human experiments. Okay, I'm killing human experiments because I hate them. That makes sense at least. I hate them, and I want to expose human experiments by making Senri Minamisawa famous. Does that make sense? Okay, guys, I hate human experiments. They're evil. Look at Senri Minamisawa and what she did. She's evil. We should try to stop human experiments, period, because they're wrong. Psychics are evil. Okay? That's one. Try to terrify me by bringing up my past trauma. Okay. That's going with the first explanation that I gave, which is I have a grudge against the main character. I need to make this person become a psychic by forcing them into this investigation here. You forgot something really important. True. This guy's forgotten his past. The thing you need to remember is your psychic powers. Why? I don't know. I need to make you remember you're a psychic because I only kill psychics. There is some reason why I only kill psychics. I want to kill you because of a grudge against you. Why do you only kill psychics? I kill only psychics because... I don't remember what Chaos Head was. Jesus. Were all the victims psychics too? Okay, so let's say in Chaos Head all the victims were psychics. In which case, killing all the psychics made the earthquake happen. Let's say that was the case. So maybe, for some reason, killing psychics brings up the earthquake. Why do I want an earthquake to happen, if that is the case? Financial gain. Leveling Shibuya. I hate Shibuya. Maybe. Or maybe killing psychics does something else. Like, if I kill enough psychics, an evil genie will pop up and say, hey, what's your wish? Well, Godzilla, please. Some sort of funky ritual. Maybe. Okay, so take a step back. Why do I think that the murderer has a grudge against the main character? That's because Ito killed my sister and specifically said, I'm doing this for Senri. Okay. I'm the murderer. Ito, kill his sister. Also mention you're doing it for Senri. Why does that matter? I'm not actually Senri. I just want you to throw them off the trail. Option 1. Option 2. Maybe I am Senri. Right? Hey, buddy. Remember the fact that you messed me up in the past? Remember that before I kill you. This is my grudge against you. That's why I think that. Okay. It's still seriously, it's either 1 or 2 still. But if they're going by very, 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 like, just straightforward answers, it's 1, which I think they're being straightforward about, because these are all things that have been mentioned in the visual novel already. Really? Okay, but the thing is, I just explained how exposing human experiments can be a negative thing still. For example, I am the killer. I hate human experiments. I hate psychics. I'm gonna kill all these psychics because fuck them, right? They're evil. I want to expose Senri Minamisawa as a person who's a human experiment. Why? Because they're dangerous. Psychics are dangerous. We should stop that and kill them. Okay, so fine. 2 then. Let me do a quick load. Here, I think.
真犯人はどうして南沢千里が僕を襲ってきてるように見せたかったんだ。
There.
一体何を狙って。
Okay, so right now they're connecting grudge more than... Yeah, but see, I already explained it though. Like, if you're focusing too much on the grudge, I can be the killer and say, hey, screw that. I'm just trying to throw you off the trail. That makes logical sense too. Whatever, it's fine, keep going.
いや、ちょっと待ってくれ。ってことは、
Okay.
真犯人の狙いは新聞部じゃなく。
Okay, so
この僕だっていうのか。
That is my grudge explanation. Okay, hang on.
そんなバカな。
There was no way they could have committed all these murders just to mess with me. It made no sense, and it was far too elaborate. That's what I thought too, right? It seems too self-centered, unless the person actually wants you to specifically be killed. And why? I kind of gave an explanation for that. Let's just keep going. Something that didn't make sense. Want to read it again? And for all the effort they put into it, there was something that didn't make sense about the incident with Ito and Yui. That was something that didn't make sense. Well, the person Ito didn't know Senri, for a starter. But I'll read everything. Revenge for a girl you once loved, too pathetic to be a motive. No, you could do that. From the order, Uki, not Yui, should have been the next target. No. There's no specific implication, you're just killing psychics. It makes no sense to turn Ito into killer if motive is vengeance. He didn't know her. Okay.
そうなんだ。あの事件、伊藤を犯人に仕立て上げる意味が全くない。
It makes no sense to turn Ito into the killer if motive is vengeance. He didn't know her. It makes no sense to turn Ito into the killer if motive... What? I'm the killer. I hate your guts, main character. I'm gonna turn Ito into the killer to kill your sister because I hate your fucking guts. How is that not logical? I don't care if he doesn't know me. In fact, it's even better. Or Unless I'm holding a grudge against you, please mention the name, right? Why?
いや、それどころか、伊藤を犯人にするのは明らかに間違ってる。
Okay, please explain. If the point was making it look like this was Senri Minamisawa's revenge, there were other people who would make more sense. Okay, alright, I see that. So I could have made Nono into the killer to make that even more painful for you. Even though it was scary to even... Sorry. For example, though it was scary even to think about it, Senri Minamisawa's best friends, Kurusu and Kawahara, if one of them had committed the murder, the police never would have become suspicious at all. It's possible that we might not have even figured out that mind control was involved. This whole thing could have ended with the assumption that it was a plot to get revenge for an old friend. Sure, I'm willing to say that I'm okay with that. So why did the killer choose Ito when he wasn't involved? Okay, so he's saying that naturally, as a killer, you don't want to be found out. Sure, I don't want to be ousted and taken to jail. And so calling Ito to do the bidding is weird because it called attention to the fact that Ito didn't know Senri. Sure, okay, so hang on, take a step back. I'm the killer. I don't want to be found out. I told Ito to kill you and mentioned Senri. The problem with doing that is that it opened up the gate to find out mind control existed. The moment that was found out, they knew that I had a power. That was my mistake. So even though I don't want to be found out, I made a mistake by choosing Ito and making Senri. Now, that's a mistake, or it was done intentionally? Let's decide. Where are we now? Why did the killer choose Ito? So how do I make that not a mistake, is what he's saying. Why did they make him tell lies that would be easily found out? Because it was very obvious. Okay. What was the point?
伊藤はあくまでも操り人形で最初から真犯人が別にいると告白してるみたいじゃん。それが狙いなのか。
Okay. But none of the cops except for Shinjo would believe in psychic powers. Add in the media's speculation, and the public's confusion and interest would only grow. That was exactly what had happened. More and more pundits and commentators were arguing over whether Ito, whom they were calling Boy A, was really the killer. Fair enough. And of course, multiple threads showed up on 8chan, simultaneously declaring both his innocence and his guilt. There were even threads speculating about who the true killer might be, and they showed no signs of stopping. I'm the killer. I chose Ito to kill your sister because I wanted to make it obvious that mind control powers do exist. Okay. I want to make mind control powers very obvious they exist because I want to say espers exist. So why didn't you do that with the fucking pyrokinetic? Hey, and look at the pyrokinetic. Look into her background. Her background is human experiments. What are these human experiments? Trying to make espers. That's also exposing espers exist. So what is this? Okay, hang on. And tomorrow was the 4th. From midnight tonight to midnight tomorrow, the whole city would be waiting with bated breath to see the killer's next move. Okay, so let's just say that I'm the killer and I don't want that specifically. I don't want the thing that I could have done with the pyrokinetic, which is, hey guys, espers exist because human experience exists. I want something else. What is it that I want? It was like they would challenge me to a game. Okay. They lured me with the return of the new generation madness, which he knew I'd taken an interest in. They used Senri Misawa to drive me into a corner for which I couldn't escape. They were moving everyone around for their own ends, both wrong-siders and self-proclaimed right-siders like chess pieces on a board. And they wanted me, the other player, to try and stop the last murder on November 4th. I put my hand on my forehead and stared at the map, unable to believe it. They killed all those people for that. When I say grudge, it can be multiple things. It can be, I hold a grudge for you for killing Senri. That is my grudge. That grudge is vengeance for Senri. You see how that works? So it's an open interpretation thing that I'm letting happen. Okay. Where are we going with this still?
そうさ、この犯行の裏にはもっとすごい陰謀があるに違いないんだ。社会全体を揺るがすような壮大で緻密な陰謀が。新庄さん。
宮代くんか？
はい。伊藤、目を覚ましたんですか？
ああ、2時間ほど前だ。
He woke up?
2時間って、なんでもっと早く知らせてくれないんです？
Okay. So let's say that I want to expose psychics to the world. As an option. Let's say that's what I want to do if I'm the killer. And for some reason, doing it with the pyrokinetic would not be an option. Why? This is the wrong path to go through. I would prefer a different option. But what's the distinction? Is it the framing of it? You're still killing psychics though. Keep going. I need to know what Ito says.
無茶を言わないでくれ。他の捜査員が病室を出ていくタイミングを待ってたんだ。こうして君に電話してること自体処分物なんだからな。
で、伊藤は無事なんですね。
I'm more likely to... I'm guiding the main character along this path. I want to kill psychics for some reason. I also have a specific grudge against the main character. Or, I want... Well, sure, I want to give revenge for Senri as an option. That's still going to be my grudge. He has to be a psychic for me to kill him. Through this journey, he's become a psychic. When I kill him, something will happen. On the last day, I will kill him. And I will have completed all the murders. And I've killed nothing but psychics. The result is blank.
ああ、意識レベルは改善されてきた。話もできる。ただ、どうだ、久野里さん。
The thing is, we have so many chapters left. It's not likely that the main character is going to die I'm the murderer anymore. When the murderer kills him, if it does happen tomorrow. So say, because the remaining chapters exist, the person doesn't kill the main character. It kills someone else. So then it's not grudge motivated then? Unless the result of that is I'm gonna make you suffer. But, okay, whatever. Ito, talk.
大脳新皮質だけでなく、海馬や言語中枢にもダメージを負っている。無理をさせたら、その後のことは知らないぞ。
Why disguise a psychic as Senri Minamisawa when she's already a psychic to begin with? Why disguise a psychic as Senri Minamisawa when she's already a psychic to begin with? To call attention to Senri actually existing. To call attention to Senri. Mention Senri multiple times. Okay. Why do I want to mention Senri multiple times? Senri's not actually dead. Okay. Sure. Senri's not actually dead. What if I'm Senri? Okay, hi. My name is Senri. I'm the killer. Let's just say I'm motivated by revenge. Let's say that for now. I'm Senri. I'm the killer. I'm motivated by revenge. I kill only people who are psychics because of some reason. Sure. I hate the main character. He looks like a dork. I want to kill him. He has to be a psychic because I kill only psychics for revenge for some reason. You're now a psychic. I chose Ito to mention my name to make sure that you remember that, hey, Senri exists. Don't forget me. Because I hate you, main character. You're a dork. That makes it very obvious that mind control exists. Sure, my goal is not to hide. Sure, my goal is not to hide. I want to make sure that you realize that I'm here. Senri, Senri, Senri. Don't forget that name. Okay, sure. Okay, so I don't want to hide. My name is Senri. Don't forget that fucking name. I exist. I want to kill you because I'm motivated to do so by revenge or grudge or whatever. Does that work? I still want to hear what Ito is talking about before I even take too much on this.
という状態だ。それでも伊藤君がどうしても君と話したいと言ってる。
Hasn't Takeru assumed the killer is focusing on him? If the killer knew that Takeru snuck into the basement of the hospital in search of the urban legend and saw Senri, he could use Senri said trauma. Hasn't Takeru assumed the killer is focusing on him? Okay, what does that mean? It means that Takeru made an assumption which may be correct or incorrect. That assumption is, for some reason, I think the killer is focusing on me. After all, why did you mind control that police officer? And this person here is making the newspaper club rather famous and controlled. I'm in a newspaper club. Is there anyone else in particular that was involved with Senri Minamisawa? Okay, so there's the main character. There's Serika, who went into the lab with him. I don't know her story about that. There's Nono, childhood friends. There's the guy whose name I keep forgetting, who's friends with Nono, is also part of the student council president. So 4 people. I wish I could ask Serika a few questions.
Hi.
Anyway, let's move forward.
変わるぞ。
At this point, I need more information.
Hi.
It's not like entirely possible that some of the explanations that I gave could be possible. It's just that where are the extra information that exists out there that narrows down the solution here, and we need a little bit more information. Even if he'd been mind controlled, he was still the one who chopped up my little sister. Yep.
伊藤。伊藤、大丈夫か？
宮代。
あ、僕だ。
許してくれ。
何？
Oh, Cole Nintendo. Thank you for the 100 bits. I just saw that.
俺はゆいちゃんのこと。
いい、それ以上言わなくていい。
でもゆいちゃんはお前の大事な妹じゃないか。なのに俺がこの手で
なんだよそれ、死ぬとか言うな。
しっかりしろ伊藤君。
いいか、僕はお前がユイにあんなことをしたとは思ってない。本当の犯人は別にいる。
本当の？
ああ、お前は無実なんだよ。何でもいい、思い出してくれ。お前誰かに何かされたんだよな。なあ。
誰かに何か？
そうだ、お前に思考誘導をかけたやつは誰なんだ？伊藤！
どうした？おい！
ストップだ。やめさせろ。脳波がおかしい。
何？
Okay, so the mind-controlled victims are not allowed to say my name. So I'm protecting my identity still. Interesting. Hi, I'm the killer. I keep mentioning Senri. And yet, Ito, who is mind-controlled, won't state my name. If my name is Senri, and he won't state my name, there's a problem. There's a problem. Okay.
思考誘導が残ってる。情報を引き出せないようにしてあるぞ、これは。
え？
このままだと海馬をやられる。
Okay, so interesting. Let's put that name aside. It's relevant, obviously.
聞こえたか、宮代君。終わりだ。切るぞ。待ってくれ。電話切らないでくれ。あ、思い出せそうなんだ。もう少しで何か。伊藤君。
伊藤、もういい、やめろ。
宮代、あれは確か物質だ。
The newspaper club room?
物質？
いつだったかわからない。俺の他にもう一人誰かがいて。ダメだ、もうよせ。うるさい。まだ宮代と話してんだ。切るな。
伊藤。
ゆいちゃんの仇が取れるなら、こんな頭どうなったっていい。聞いてるか、宮代。
ああ、聞いてる。
そいつとしばらく話してて、そしたら、そうだ、いきなりスマホでお前の写真を見せてきたんだ。
僕の写真？
あれはどんな写真だったか。でも驚いたのは覚えてる。なんで驚いたのか。そうだ、宮代が楽しそうにしてたんだ。
Okay, that's huge. The only photo that I know of him where he's smiling is the photo at the Alba dorm when he was younger and he had the entire family with him together. That photo, he said specifically, he never, ever copied it. He felt that copying it would be ruining the special aspect of it. Who has access to that photo besides me? It was on my phone. Who knows about that photo? Okay, obviously everyone is within it, right? But they don't know what I did with it. It's on my phone. It's the only copy of the photo? Who did I show that photo to? I showed that photo to someone. Who was it? Oh, shit. I showed that photo to someone. It was early on in the game, I think. It was also when I was thinking about uploading things onto the computer. I specifically remembered that. Was that correct? Why did I think about uploading it? I showed that photo to someone. Okay, so hang on. Take a step back. That's a lot of information. First, you're not saying Senri Minami... Okay, if I'm the killer, and I am Senri Minamisawa, you're not saying my name, even though you said it multiple times already. Senri Minamisawa is not the killer. Let's throw that out of the way. I'm just going to say that right now. Okay. It's someone else. Someone that could have been in this room. Well, here we go. The main character, Nono, Arimura, sure, Ito, the girl who doesn't speak, Serika, 6 people. Am I correct? Oh, also the teacher, 7 people. Who is involved with Senri? The main character, 1. In the club room with the 7 people. Main character. No, 2. Serika, 3. 3 people, that's it. Arimura, no. Girl who doesn't speak, no. Teacher, no. Ito, no. That's it? 3 people. Okay. I wanted to ask Serika this entire time, what do you remember about when we went underground? Has she even mentioned that once? Did she get a brain scan? Is she mind controlled? Can we do that right now? Can we just... Like, seriously, right now, Nono and Serika, come down to the Alba Clinic and get your head scanned. That's the very first thing I would do. Who's this third option? Ito, Serika, Nono. We are the 3. Us 3 are gonna get brain scanned. Do that first. Are any of us under mind control? No enlargement? Good. Okay. Someone's in the room, unless it was a complete outsider. I'm not getting that. But this person had a picture that only I have. There's only one copy of the picture. I don't duplicate this picture because I care about it so much. Unless someone else took a picture on their other cell phone. I don't think so. It's the exact same picture as this. You were surprised by this picture because it's the only picture in which I'm smiling. That's it. That's the only picture of me smiling. This one right here. Okay. I showed it to myself, obviously. I forgot when I showed it. Okay, so that's it. Those are my 2 options. Serika or Nono. Unless I did it. Unless I'm the killer and I forgot everything that I did. Sure. I'm the killer. I fucking kill everyone. Okay, she mentioned it in several conversations. You talking about Serika? She mentioned going into the lab in several conversations. I don't care. I don't care if she mentioned it. I'm asking for details. That's a difference. I would have to ask her very specifically about the details when she went to the lab with me when I was younger. So, for example, hey, Serica, do you remember seeing that chick? What was her name again? Senri, I think? Okay, sure. What did we do when we were there? Do you remember? I don't remember. Well, fuck. Brain scan it is. Or, you know, let's fight an MVCI. First to 10. The first person who gets to 10 is not the killer, okay? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. See me in MVCI, Serica. First to 10 for not being the killer.
それでそうだそいつは笑いながら指さしたんだよこの子を殺せって
Kill this girl, they said. So the girl is in the picture too. Pretty damn sure Yui is in that picture. Well, there we go.
それで俺怖くなって逃げようとしたらいきなりドアからもう一人入ってきて
I got scared and tried to run away, and then someone else opened the door and came in. Okay. 2 people possibly.
その二人がやめろやめてくれ何すんだよやめろ伊藤おい伊藤君
Okay. I've been suspicious of Serica this entire fucking game. Is there any reason for me not to suspect her? I mean, look, if I were given the option, I'd ask her a lot of questions right now, just so I can stop being suspicious of her. I would prefer that. In all honesty, I would fucking prefer that. I like that character a lot. Okay, then let's say that it's not someone involved in the newspaper club. It was just someone randomly else. What's the problem with that? The problem with that is that they have a photo that shows me smiling, which is very rare, and has Yui in it. The only photo I can think of is that one photo that I have on my cell phone specifically. How did you get that? You either got it from my cell phone, or somehow you took my cell phone when I wasn't looking, you uploaded it somewhere and put it on your cell phone or some shit. Regardless, you have to be close to me to get access to that phone, or you stole it. But that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? Because he's been mind-controlled for a very damn long time. So it wasn't when I dropped my cell phone in the hospital. It was before that. Which means it pretty much rules out that it's someone outside of the newspaper club. Right? Okay, I'm someone outside a newspaper club. I have this photo that only the main character has on his cell phone. He was mind-controlled before I dropped my cell phone in the hospital. Can it be someone else? I don't know. My name is Gun. I opened up his RV, took his cell phone, and then mind-controlled Ito, laughed, pointed at Yui, said, "Kill this person," and then put the cell phone back. I can't see it. Am I being led on here? I don't... Is this too obvious? I just wish I could ask questions. If I were the main character, I'd be asking these questions right away. We're gonna keep going, yeah. Just gonna keep going. Tell you what, though. If Serica is actually the killer, I will commission a very specific emote. And I'll drink a shot.
宮代君、残念だが、もう電話は。
久野里さんに代わってください。
I mean, we're not gonna find that out until way later on, but... I would prefer if Serika's not the killer. I like that character a lot. I like her very much. Okay, so stop thinking about Serika. Think about someone else. Who else could it be? Could it be Nono? Could it be anyone outside the newspaper club? I would rather solve for that. I don't want to think it's Nono. I don't want to think it's Serika. Maybe there's another photo that exists. Well, why not that? Yeah, there's another photo of me smiling. I just happened to smile when I was at Ronald McDonald's. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There's this famous photo at McDonald's of me smiling with Yui, and it's us eating 2 Big Macs. And I love Big Macs. I love Big Macs and Chicken McNuggets. I can't wait to have a Big Mac later today when I go to the excellent restaurant, McDonald's. There we go, we're done. And I put it on Facebook too. I also put it on Facebook and I put it all over Google. So yeah, we're good to go. Okay, so I guess the question now is, let's say the murderer is actually obvious, and say I've solved it. I don't want that to be the case. Does that ruin the story? No, I don't think so. So what if the murder is obvious? You have a bunch of other things that are executed correctly. The only thing I wish this game had was a bigger soundtrack, man. Why would connecting the dots ruin the story? Nothing wrong with that. I'm saying, let's say the murderer is super obvious. So imagine some generic mystery, and the murderer is super obvious. Would that ever ruin the story? So, the butler did it. Yeah, maybe it could. Like, I'm not super invested in the mystery genre. Essentially, I'll be honest, this is really my first time bothering thinking about a mystery story. I didn't bother with Umineko. I didn't bother with the Agatha Christie novel that I read. I didn't bother with Chaos Head. Is Chaos Head a mystery? Maybe. I didn't bother with Higurashi. I never bothered to solve the mystery on my own. What I bothered with was understanding the themes and seeing how the characters were conveyed in such a way that was executed well or not. That's me being interested as a writer. And now, for some reason, I've decided to actually bother, which is interesting. I don't know why. I guess it's just part of the stream. But, yeah, this is probably my first time actually caring so much to actually bother solving the mystery. Which would mean what? Which means what? That I am actively participating within the story, as I'm guessing is expected from a reader in the mystery genre. Sure, okay. So that means for once I'm actually being a mystery genre viewer and reader. That makes sense, okay. Whereas before, I would only read into it for other things. So that would mean that I would go into the mystery genre, not for the mystery. That is the big difference now. Okay, that's why. So I'm taking a step back and I'm reading things. What was I checking again? I'll do what I can. Ito, at the very end, he endured terrible pain to give me information. Thinking back, it was incredibly important. The person who controlled Ito's mind was once here in this room. I tried to drive my tired, exhausted mind to fit in this last piece of the puzzle. But that can't be. That makes it sound like the real killer, ... like the real killer was one of us. Okay, so that's a huge statement. That's saying, hi, I'm the author, I want to clarify what happened. The real killer was one of us. So either clarification statement to make sure that the reader is paying attention, or this is just there to mislead you. Which can be done, right? It depends on how much the author has faith in us as a reader. If the author has very little faith in us, this is a clarification statement. Hey, were you paying attention? The real killer is one of us. I don't have a good judge of the author yet. I know that he writes well, but I don't know how he writes mystery. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it, but that was the hint Ito had given me. And if that hint was also... If that was also a message from the killer. Sorry, I don't get that one. One more time. But that was the hint Ito had given me. And if that hint was also... ... if that was also a message from the killer... The fact that Ito woke him up right before the November 4th. Whoosh, over my head. I'm sorry, I don't get that one. The fact that he gave me that information. The killer gave me that information, is what you're saying. It all seemed like part of the killer's next move. Okay.
そっちがその気なら、こっちだってやってやる。
It means if the hint was also killer-controlled, message as red herring. Ooh, I like that. That feels kind of cool. So that means that even though we got this information, it might just be there to divert us to somewhere else. In which case, that means Serica is in the clear! Yes! Yes! I agree! Ito is still being controlled. This is all an elaborate scheme to make us, believe that Serica, an innocent angel, is the killer. I think the killer mind-controlled Ito to give us a red herring. This is all bullshit. The killer was talking with Ito in private, in the newspaper club room. Killer was talking to Ito alone in club room, which meant that it was someone close enough to Ito to have a chat like that.
しかも、新聞部の部室にいてもおかしくない人物。
Oh God, what's that meme again? Don't trust anyone, not even yourself. Okay. Not part of the club room, right? Technically, Arimura is not part of the club, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. Aren't you technically part of the club, dude? Isn't he the teacher of our club? Dude! What did I just say? What did I just say? Don't trust anyone, not even yourself.
Bullshit.
Fucking. Good. Okay. Do you want me to roll her out? What? Bullshit! Constantly could do it, okay? What if she never spoke? What if she never spoke until this moment right here? Yeah, I think she could speak. No, never. Don't trust anyone, not even yourself. Get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here. I don't agree. Look, he was surprised, right? Look, the main character can understand her. When she says, she means McDonald's tastes delicious, okay? Easily, she could be the culprit. Don't give me that shit.
そして、伊藤の言葉からさらに絞り込むなら。
I don't accept it. I don't accept it. That shit is wrong. That shit is wrong, okay?
そいつとしばらく話してて、そしたらそうだ、いきなりスマホでお前の写真を見せてきたんだ。
Okay, so we've already gone way into this already.
そんな昔の写真を伊藤に見せることができるのは多分。
Don't trust anyone, not even yourself. Don't trust anyone.
そんな昔の写真を伊藤に見せることができるのは
Not even yourself.
多分。
Oh, as a serious question, if I flub this up multiple times, am I just going towards the bad end? In which case, I'll just reload. Because I was really fucking around most of the time here. There is no bad end. Okay. Nope, it's not Serica. It's not Serica. Arimura. Bullshit. You know, here, I'll give you an explanation. Arimura put her hand into my pocket and grabbed my cell phone without me looking, and then copied the phone way before I even knew her, because she was into guys with glasses. And then she showed it to Ito. It's completely possible. Okay, here. Ready? The teacher, who's into high school boys, put his hand into my pocket and took the cell phone and copied the picture just to make sure that when he talked to Ito, he had a reference point. Okay? It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Fucking, I hate this game. FinestKO was my childhood friend. She'd known me for longer than anyone. Of course, she probably had plenty of old photos of me. And when I lived at Alba Dorm, she'd come over almost every day to say that I'm not the killer. She'd gone along with everyone. Of course, she'd have a photo of Yui too. In other words, she fit the criteria to be the real innocent person.
そして残ったのがこの3人か。
Okay. I've been here for like the last 15 minutes, so I already know this is the conclusion of it. I pursed my lips as I stared at the photos on the map.
この中、真犯人がいる。クルス、尾上、あるいは僕。ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件で能力者たちを無残に殺し、ユイをあんな姿に変えた犯人が。
Don't trust anyone, not even yourself. At some point, the setting sun had... Fucking man, come on! Get that ESO2 player down there. Okay, just do it for me. Oh my god. Some form of unshakable evidence. Evidence proving who the killer was.
いや違う。そうじゃないんだ。
I agree. I 100% agree with the main character right now. I don't want to fucking implicate my friends. Especially not Serica. Not because I'm biased, but because I don't want to implicate Serica. Not because I'm biased, because I don't want to implicate someone that I care about. Not because I'm biased, because I think Serica's an amazing character. Fuck, it doesn't work. I pushed my way through the media. Oh god, where are we now? You're doing the boys' laundry?
タクルさん、ゆうとくん、お薬を飲んで、やっと眠れたんです。だから、お願いです。そんなに慌てて、ののさんに何か。
大事な話なんだ。今どこに？
さっきまで、私と一緒にゆうとくんのお世話を。今は自分のお部屋だと思います。
What was the question that I asked? It is, why are you in such a hurry? Do you need to talk to Nono? It's important. Where is she now? She was just with me and Yuto. I think she's in her room right now.
そうか。
Okay. Chat. I want you to vote only if you have not played this game. Okay? We're gonna vote. Press 1 if you think Nono did it. Press 2 if you think Serica did it. Press 3 if you think I did it. There is no 4. Just choose one of us, right? It's okay to believe it's not any of us, but if you had to choose, don't trust anyone, not even yourself. Is everyone who pressed 2 gets banned or something? Let me see. How many people pressed 2? Ibsen pressed 2. Bye-bye, Ibsen. Loveheart pressed 2. Bye-bye, Loveheart. I knew you well. Kulin pressed 2. Bye-bye. So our only options are Nono and myself. I knew it. I could be the killer.
クルス
Teku, no. Serka's innocent. I don't want to hear your bullshit.
入るぞ。
No, I know in my heart that Serka's innocent. You can look at her from a mile away and know that she's an angel radiating an okay light. Press 3 if dodging is sus.
もう寝たのか。
Dodging is the killer.
なあ、大丈夫か？父さん呼んでこようか？ん？どこ行ったんだ？あいつ。おい、クルス
She only responds to no, don't you remember?
ああ、先輩こんばんはっす。
Hey, Armura, how you doing? Is today the 4th already? If it was the 4th, you'd take too big a risk.
ウキのことよろしく頼む。
いやいや、私あの子の保護者じゃないっすよ。だいたい宮代先輩も狙われてるんですから、一緒にいないとダメでしょ。
3rd at night, okay.
てか、私とウキのこと守ってくださいよ。
So when it transitions to midnight, then we're in trouble.
4日になったらそうする。それよりクルスを知らないか？
クルス先輩ですか？ついさっき出かけたみたいですけど。
出かけた？どうして？
さあ、慌てて出て行きましたよ。声をかけてもなんだか生返事で。
僕も出てくる。すぐに戻るから、とにかくウキを頼む。
ちょっと、だから私は保護者じゃないですって。先輩。
タクルさん、すみません。静かに。
そうだったな。
何かあったんですか？
Yeah, no left, and I don't know why.
いや、なんかクルスのやつが。
Huh.
父さんはいないのか？
昼から患者さんの往診に出ています。ここだとマスコミの方がいて診察にならないって。
じゃあこれは？クルスのやつも嘘つきだ。
With the first video from the Return of the New Generation, don't look at me, case.
またこれを見てたのか。
ダメです。大きな声は。
No, I'll be as loud as I want.
この動画を見てたんだよな、あいつは。
はい
これをずっと？
いえ、私その映像とっても怖くて見ないようにしてましたから。でもずっとじゃなくて何度も止めたり動かしたりしてた気がします。そうしたら何かに気づいたみたいで、突然自分の部屋に用があるからしばらく優斗くんをお願いって。
She needed to go to her room first.
それ以上はあんまりわからないです。ごめんなさい。
いや、ありがとな。
What chapter are we on right now? Chapter 9, right?
タクル兄ちゃん。タクル兄ちゃんでしょ?
Okay, so 12 hours from now, I have to go to an opera. Which means that when I get back, the opera ends in an hour and 30 minutes. So I get there at 7, ends at 8:30. I drive back. I'm back home at 9. I eat some food, let's say 9:30-ish. I'll stream at 9:30 or 10 unless I take a nap, so it'll be late again. Okay, so regardless of what happens, I will stream this game later tonight.
起こしちゃったか。ごめんな。
That or I just avoid going to the opera. That works too, but I don't want to do that.
すみません、優斗くん。
いいんだ。あのね、僕知ってる。
え？
のの姉ちゃんね、何回も同じところだけ見てたよ。
何回も同じところだけ？まさか。
タクル兄ちゃん。
え？
お姉ちゃんの敵を取れるかな。僕とお姉ちゃんをもう二度と会えなくした悪いやつ捕まえられるかな。
Only if it's not Serica or me. Yes, I promise.
ああ、任せとけ。僕が捕まえてやる。絶対に捕まえてやるからな。
お姉ちゃん。
クルス、どこ行ったんだよ。早く出ろよ。まさか一人で犯人のところへ行ったんじゃないだろうな。やめろよお前。いつまでも姉貴ぶるなよ。本当は泣き虫で臆病で僕に甘えてばっかのくせに、さっさと演じしろよバカ野郎。
Okay. Udagawacho Shibuya. Okay. Please don't tell me you asked what you... What if it... Oh, okay, alright, let's go, let's go.
ごめんね。やっぱり嘘つきだね、私。
It's almost 8 in the morning. I've been reading since 12. Is that true? Have I been reading since 12? Really? How long has the stream been up? No, later, right? Six out of 25. Okay, that's not so bad.
Takuru, あなただって、
けど最近はその事件自体が逆に僕らを追ってきてるような、そんな気がするんだよ。
タクルの命じゃなくて、タクルに関する別の何かが目的。ただ、ただその目的を果たそうと事件の裏で動いている人間が誰なのか、それは分かった。
Okay, without a doubt, her real card.
思考盗撮。つまり犯人は私と接触したことのある誰か。あなたとはどれくらいの付き合いになるんだったかしらね。
Interesting.
<clears throat> それともう一つ。
8 years ago, when that boy had witnessed Senri being experimented on, he was alone? He was outside the room where the experiment was being done. Huh. Alone.
けど、タクルはあの時、2人で目撃したと言っている。本当にあなたは、あの時タクルと一緒にいたの？
Well. Wow.
そして私を。もしもし。いいのよ。そんなに待ってないから。それにここへ呼んだのは私の方だし。それじゃあ屋上でいいかしら。待ってるわね。お世話になりました。
Well, this doesn't really feel all that great right now. My stomach! Oh man! I'm sorry, guys. I'm having extreme stomach pains right now. I feel like I have to turn off the stream. Oh God, why? I'm suffering from lack of Serica figures. I need a Serica figure right about now.
Kurus, 出てくれよ、クルス。
What about you turn the volume really high?
一体この動画に何があるって言うんだよ。
タクルさん。
ヒュードは？
先生が 帰ってきて見てくれてます。お薬を飲んだのですぐに眠れ。何かわかりましたか？
いや、ダメなんだ。
私、ののさんが何かを発見した時、
あ
あ、なんだかいつもの冷静なののさんじゃなくて、だからとても心配です。
クルスのやつ、どんな感じだったんだ？
それが突然立ち上がって、そんなのは嘘だとかありえないとか、最初すごくうろたえていて。
うろたえた？
はい、顔色も真っ青だったんです。
やっぱり僕か、尾上か。
ごめんなさい。本当はそこで私がののさんの力に慣れていればこんなことには。
いや、それはいいんだ。ウキ、クリスは動画を見ていて何かに気づいたんだよな。それでそのシーンを何度も見直していた。
多分そうだったと思います。
それがどのあたりかわからないんだったな。
すみません。
いや、責めてるとかじゃないんだ。そうじゃなくて、ダメだ、わからない。
情けないっすね、先輩。
はい。This I could get used to. You know, I miss you, Aramura.
なんすかその顔。泣きそうじゃないですか。
うるさい。お前に関係ないだろ。
関係なくないっすよ。そろそろ11月4日になるんですけど、ウキの。
すまない。
あと、クルス先輩のこと実は結構好きなんすよね、私。だから関係ない。
え？
しっかりしなさい。そんなに焦ってたら気がつくものも気がつかないでしょ、このバカ。
Wow. Are you tsundere?
ってクルス先輩なら絶対に言うと思います。
Okay, good. I need to make sure.
有村。
ねえウキ、クルス先輩が何かにびっくりして、でその後映像を何度も見直したんだよね。
はい。
その時ってどんな様子だったわけ？何かに気づいて驚いた後だよ。
ののさんすごく真剣な顔になって。
で
イヤフォンにじっと耳を澄ませる感じで、こう何かを一生懸命聞こうとしてるというか。
僕は今まで何をやってたんだ。クルスは昨日もこの動画を見てたじゃないか。それで僕と喧嘩になった。
どうしました先輩？
音だ。画像じゃない。音に何かがあるんだ。有村、とりあえず聞いてくれ、これ。
申し訳ない。この安売りセールしていた地図が
ありえないくらい硬くて。
Ow! My fucking ears! I'm wearing a headset. Wow. I guess you could say... Let me, lower the volume. That's not helping. How do I lower the volume? The volume should be on this one.
だろ？普通そうなるはずだ。
当たり前でしょうが。
音がほとんど入ってない部分だ。
Okay, I'm lowering the volume.
はい。ではいつも通り3分くらい募集をかけるんで、適当によろです。
Yeah, I'm slowly raising the volume.
This この先、確か怖いんですよね。私、あっち行ってます。行こう、ウキ。でも。
ありがとう、ウキ。もう大丈夫だ。有村もありがとうな。
必ずクルス先輩を見つけてくださいね。
ああ。二人も4日になったら絶対に離れるなよ。トイレもだぞ。何かあったら大声で叫べ。すぐに行く。はい、
お願い。期待しないで待ってます。
My hand's over the volume knob, don't worry. Should be fine at regular volume? Okay, fine. This should be regular volume. Okay, just slightly louder, okay, guys? Ah! It's the farting sound. What if the killer had a bad case of diarrhea?
Bullshit!
Fuck!
の音、確かどこかで。
Yeah. I've mentioned this multiple times because I thought it was funny. There's a certain keychain that when you squeeze it, it makes a farting sound. And there's a certain character in the game who has that keychain. Listen to when he's cutting something. It's mixed exactly when he's cutting something. That's why it's so hard to tell the sound. What kind of backstory is that for a character? You haven't been here through the entire stream, but that keychain was given as a gift, and when you squeeze the keychain, it's supposed to say something, but it's such an old gift now that the voice recorder in that keychain no longer works. So when you squeeze it, it makes that weird squeak, squeak, squeak sound, which I call it a fart because it sounds funny as hell. A certain character squeezes that keychain a lot whenever she's nervous.
嘘だ。
Shut up. Shut up. She's an angel. She ain't the killer. Okay? I'm telling you now, man. Until this visual novel has fully confirmed that is the case, she is innocent.
こんなの嘘だ。やっぱりクルスはこの音に気づいてる。ダメだ、出ない。
Thank you, Ibsen, for resubscribing. I think I need this.
なんでだよ。くそー。
おあつらえ向きすぎかしらね。
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Saber.
ちゃん？
I'm gonna get a drink of water. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, what did I specifically say? I said, if Serica is confirmed to be the killer, I would drink a shot and make a specific emote for her. Confirmed to be the killer. What does that mean? In a visual novel with mind control, confirmed means Serica isn't mind controlled. Okay? There we go. Serica isn't mind controlled. And she kills everyone. There we go. That's my condition. If Serica is mind controlled, she's not the killer. Just as how Ito isn't the killer, right, guys? Because Ito didn't kill Yui. The killer killed Yui, right? Serica might not have killed anyone. She's innocent. She was mind controlled. It all makes sense. And you know what? I just realized just now. Celestia didn't kill anyone. She was just mind controlled. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. I always knew they were innocent. I'm going to get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's do this. You know how I said this visual novel is going to be about faith and logic? I have faith in Serica. How many of you can say that? That's what I thought. Not many. Press 1 if you have faith in Serica. Press 2 if you're a non-believer.
のんちゃんか。
本当に悪かったわね。こんなところに呼び出して。
All these people, all these non-believers, I knew it.
ね、おのえ。
のんちゃん？
The face of an angel.
Oh.
答えなさい。あなたなの？
何が？
答えなさい。
ん？
第一の事件。あそこにいたのは、あなたよね。
I recall that.
わかんないよ、のんちゃん。さっきから何を。
映像に音が入ってた。私のよく知ってる音がね。
ちょっと、のんちゃん。
答えなさいって言ってるでしょ。ユイは、私たちの家族から消えてしまった。死んでしまったの。もう、どうして、あんなことをしたの。8年前のあの日、あの病院の地下にあなたはいたの？タクルと答えられないわよね。だってあなたは絶対にあそこにはいなかったもの。それじゃあなたは一体誰？言いなさい。あなたは誰？
What? Good thing this thing in my hand isn't alcohol. Hang on. I mean, I was joking about everyone's a psychic, but I guess this works.
やっぱり、そうなのね。そう、だったのね。
You can only see those weapons if you're a psychic.
間違いない。違う。
No, no. Get it? No, no. There's a chance. It's not Sarika who is doing this.
あなたよね。南沢千里を使っていたのは。
お前に言われたくないよ、来る島の。
Guys, please. Nothing personal, kid.
"ごめんね。
Guys, what did I say? This visual novel is about faith and logic, okay? It's not like I didn't... Since, like, fucking day one, alright? I was already suspicious of Serica. But then I realized, deep in my heart, why was I suspicious of such an angel? Oh my. I need like 100% proof she's the killer, okay? I need to like give her an MRI scan for God's sake. But yeah. Obviously, I was expecting something like this already. There were indications that may be super suspicious, and I've been mentioning them throughout the stream. Oof, man. But despite that, despite all the things that I've mentioned, as I was reading the visual novel, I was like, I don't really want to believe this. And I'm still not ready to say it either. And that's not because I like Serica, that's because mind control exists. And if Inoue has mind control, why don't you just mind control Nono and get it over with? Right? There's that weird situation here, unless the author just wants them to fight with swords, but if Serica has mind control, why don't you just mind control Nono? The option is Serica has an accomplice, and Serica can only do mind reading, and she has a partner that can do mind control. That's an option. But I really am not ready to say that she is 100% the killer right now. I mean, so what? So what, you guessed it correctly. It's about, like, finding visual evidence to prove it. And, like, text evidence. Hey, I think this person's the killer, so prove it. Oh, great. That's my favorite apple and red jelly jam on the floor. Wow, that's my favorite. My favorite big sister on the floor.
どうした？
Look, Serica, we've been through a lot, okay? Give me a little bit of time.
来ないのか？
嘘だ。絶対に嘘だ。またこれかよ。違う。だから尾上じゃないって言ってるだろ。苦しい。クルス。クルス。 誰か喋るな。大丈夫だから。だからダメだ。喋るなって。なんだよ、もっと強く掴んでくれよ。ダメだ、傷を抑えてないと。嫌だ。そんなのダメだ。絶対にダメだ。ダメだ。のの。おい、のの。起きろよ、のの。なんでだよ。こんなのあれかよ。なあ、のの。
たった今、警察から異例の発表がありました。実名による未成年の指名手配です。発表によりますと、警察は本日11月4日午前0時30分、現在東京都渋谷区で起こっている一連の猟奇事件の重要参考人として、私立碧峰学園3年宮代拓君を全国に指名手配しました。繰り返しお伝えします。
Sorry, what? A national arrest warrant for Takeru? Awesome. Good to know that the police are on our side yet again in this game. Well, I mean, I mentioned all of this during the visual novel stream, Star. All of it. It works in the context of the genre, which is horror, and it's also a thriller, and it's also a mystery. So, if the police were competent in this story, it wouldn't be as scary. I guarantee you that. Also, it would not work thematically, given that security cameras and technology all work against establishing several factors in the visual novel. Yeah, I mean, I know. Oof, we've already been there, but I've already explained it, and unfortunately you haven't been there. At this point, me explaining it again would be exhausting. Anyway. So now we're in a situation where we're seeing the past event, and I'm thinking to myself, if I had just saved you, Serica, why do you want to do all this? Because we don't know that yet. That's not enough. There's not enough information. I still believe in Serica. Not purely out of bias. I'm saying seriously, I actually do. Despite how suspicious I was for a very long time. At this point, now I'm seriously saying I want to believe in her, and I will.
そうだ。ここにとどまってる情弱のあの人たちよりも状況の僕の方が上なんだ。
I mean, in a visual novel in which mind control exists, and I gave you an example of if Serica had mind control, why didn't she mind control Nono and just finish it off right there? So the only other possible explanation is, if she really is the killer, and she doesn't have mind control, then she has an accomplice. So the person with mind control is still out there.
これでいいか？よし、ここを押さえてくれ。
I mean, I think my explanation is fine, right? You all get what the hell I'm talking about. And we still don't have an explanation on why Serica really wants to do this if she really is the killer. What if it isn't mind control, as it is mind hopping? I mean, I know that you haven't been here for the entire stream, so I'm thinking in the back of my head to double check what you're saying, even though I don't think you're being serious. No. No, it's not mind hopping. I mean, why does that matter? Okay, if the person can mind hop, I mind hop into the person I want to die. Run over to the roof, jump, mind hop back. Done, you're dead. Also, too many factors where that can't be the case. Like, if you're mind hopping, then why can the person mind hop multiple people at the exact same time? Right? Doesn't work. And there's already been people who are controlled at the exact same time doing things.
宮代？宮代か？
Yeah, so it's not mind hopping. That's already out of the picture. Don't remember that? I didn't know that you were watching our stream until just now, actually. You've seen this visual novel of us before? This is the past. Okay, I think, given the fact that it's 8 minutes from 9 o'clock, I should probably go to sleep now. We're on chapter 10 now. Okay, so one more chapter left until we hit the ending of the common route. And from there, I'm curious where we go. Okay, so hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and if you did, please follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. Let me go ahead and give you a few links. Twitter.com/FinestKO and Facebook.com/FinestKO are the places to follow if you want to know when streams begin or events happen. I highly suggest that you follow at least one of our social media links to know when we start. Of course, you can just follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. We are a variety stream with fighting game roots. I will be streaming this month on the 18th a fighting game tournament in Sacramento. So if you're interested in seeing Capcom games like Street Fighter V, Marvel's Capcom Infinite, Tekken 7 is going to be there as well. There'll be Pokken, I believe. In the future, we'll also have Dragon Ball Fighters as well. You can check that out on our channel. You can donate at tinyurl.com/FKOKoopa. Even the smallest donation is appreciated. Although, honestly, I just want more people to join our community. So that's not required. Don't worry about that. YouTube.com/FinestKO Productions for when I put footage up on YouTube. I'm going to try to do that with Capital Fight District, the fighting game tournament I'm covering this month. I unfortunately lost a very important piece of equipment for fighting game streams, so I'll have to cover the cost of that on my own. This is our Discord link. The Discord is a good place to follow if you're not interested in following our social media links. On the Discord, I'll announce when streams happen, as well as events as well. Discord is also the place where you can join us for Discord-specific events. Say, like, I'm hosting a random competition, that'll be there. Also, subscribers can get subscriber incentives by joining our Discord. You can use our emotes on any Discord thing as long as you, synchronize your Twitch account to the Discord, and you can just, join us in the chat. Anyway, I'm getting pretty tired. Understandably, it's almost 9. I've been up since, midnight. Not too bad. But, whatever. What was I going to say again? Tonight, I'll be streaming this game again. I have an event to go to, but I'll come back. I'll let you know when I do stream. Usually, Chaos Child begins very late at night. We're talking, midnight or, 2 a.m. kind of late, and we go until, early morning. So it's kind of is there nothing to do? Check out our stream at night. That's pretty much it for the time being. There will be there will be a huge amount of new emotes coming in. That should be possibly done within the the realm of like 3 weeks. So if you want to continue subscribing for those new emotes that are coming up, or just to continue to support FinestKO, either or is perfectly fine, and I really would appreciate the help. A lot of people have been continually supporting FinestKO with purchases on PlayAsia and continue the subscription, actually. And I've been really thankful about that, because things have been really hard in terms of like viewership. So seriously, my appreciation to everyone who stuck with us for all this time. Okay, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna get some sleep. I can hear the stutter in my voice.